And you're live. There you go. Well, I was going to do a video anyway, but the video was going to be about God. Does he have a name? Why do we call it God? Why do we call it Lord? Why is it not Enki or Yahweh or Yahuwah? That was going to be, pretty much what it was going to be about. But I don't know. I didn't know if the tears or peeing myself was going to make me wetter when I got information from Troy. I was rolling. So, just to make this as clear as I already have so many times before as possible, you said, all of you in the thrill of the chase, said you didn't like my solve. And I said, you don't know myself. You don't know my solve. As recently as, I don't know, probably the beginning of the year, Ben, on one of Ben's shows. You don't like it. And it's like, well, you don't even know myself. So how can you say you don't like it? So you make up all of this bullshit about, you don't make it up, it's this projection stuff that you do because you're narcissists or whatever those terms are. I don't really care. And you think that everybody's like you. And so you place all your negative energies on them. You think that they think like you. And as I've already said, Forrest said, nobody can think my thoughts. And I've said, nobody can think mine. So whatever... Hey, fantastic. I better put some glasses on. Hi, NFJ. So whatever your thoughts are about me, they're your thoughts. It's not who I am. It's who you are, and you try to project that onto me. So I have never, ever, in 5 years, even David Olson, whatever his name is now, tried to say that I quit the chase about my solve, and you don't even know my solve. Even then, I have not told anybody my solve until recently. And Troy comes along and says, you don't have to move words, you don't do. No, that's not the solve. I don't know how many times I've told you it. It's not the solve for the chest. It's not the solve for the chest. It's how to read the poem. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. I don't know how many times I can say it. There is no reason for that statement. None. In 7 billion people, 8 billion people around the world, there is no reason for a man who wrote a poem for people to read in his book to tell them, read me what this poem says that I wrote, and it's game over. Unless it's nothing to do with what was wrote on that poem, the way that you read it. And so recently, Troy Barlow, recently, I told you exactly what the answer was, and I told you exactly how to have it, and I told you you start and you finish at the very same place and know the place for the first time, because all I did was change the words. So that book, The Thrill of the Chase, a memoir, me, Mario, me in the middle, a memoir, a chosen job interview, already chosen. The final was already chosen. At that point, you open the book, you get to the poem, and you read the poem. You read it, but you don't read it because words don't mean what you think they do, you don't read it as it is. You, because it's more important than knowledge, the knowledge you have is that poem. That's the knowledge you have. That's the only information you have to solve that poem. Except you don't need knowledge. You need imagination. So forget everything that you see in that poem as it is written. You're never, ever, as I've said hundreds of times, ever going to find it if you read that poem the way that it's written. You go on to those substitutes that Forrest talked about. Word for word. You imagine, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to move those words. You don't have to magnify those words. You don't have to translate those words in another language. You just have to imagine. What if? What if begin doesn't mean begin? What if it doesn't mean it? What if where doesn't mean where? And so on. And you get the original draft. You get what was written in the first place. What Forrest had to look up, all of those words, because he had to hide the chest. He was never telling you where to find that chest. He was hiding it. Anybody who entered the thrill of the chase and believed for a second that those words meant what they thought they meant, you were never, ever going to find anything. Ever. I don't know how many times I can say the same things, but some people, it's like, I don't know, it's scary that it's so funny. Some people, blind, deaf, unable to touch, unable to smell. What's the other one? Deaf, blind, can't feel it, can't smell it. Can't smell it, can't hear it, can't see it, can't touch it. What's the other one? Anyway, that. If I think you're a lovely person, that's not who you are. If I think you're a lovely person, that's not who you are. If I think. How do you know that, though? Like, I can understand what you're saying, but how do you know that's not what I am? The fact that you think I'm a lovely person might be because I'm a lovely person. The fact that you think I'm a lovely person might mean that I'm a lovely person. But I understand what you're saying. You can think someone's good, but they're not good. I understand exactly what you're saying. But I'm talking about people who, even after being told, that's not my soul, you don't know my soul, I have never said that is my soul, and lots more like that, still, 5 years later, and I know why, but 5 years later, turn around and say, you haven't read the poem, Mario. And for 5 years, that's exactly what I've been telling you to do. Read the poem. Read the poem. It's got nothing to do with solving it. Nothing to do with solving it. Listen, it's simple. If you read the poem the way that it's written, you're never going to solve it. So reading the poem has got nothing to do with solving it as it is written. Never going to solve it as it is written. So you have to read it differently. And when you read it differently, tell Forrest what it says. And if you don't read it differently, you can't tell Forrest what it says. And it won't be game over. So these people projecting projecting what my thoughts are about anything, because that's their thoughts, not mine. Just like they're not Forrest Fenn's thoughts. They're theirs. When you have a solve, it's your solve. You thought of it, you created it, you went all the way to the blooming nth degree to blooming work it, and you got the answer you wanted. Because it's your answer. You made it up. You made it up. And you won't find it where you're looking, whatever, because that poem is not meant to guide you there. It's not meant to guide you there, written the way that it is. It's just not. You're meant to imagine that it says something else. That the information you have is not the knowledge you need. You need to imagine the knowledge that you need. It has to come from somewhere else. That somewhere else is from Major Forrest Fenn, who then goes on to give you words that don't make any sense because he's telling you to imagine. What does tenacity mean in the context of why is Forrest Fenn with a girl like Peggy? So you have to use your imagination and go, well, it doesn't mean tenacity. It must mean something else. Tail for tail, right for right. Those words that don't make any sense. What was her name? Jackie Kennedy. Easy. No. Not in the sense that it was spoken of. So, throughout the chase, Forrest says, imagine. Not imagine all the people. Imagine the words are different because words don't mean what you think they do. I don't know how much clearer he can say it. I really don't. And for someone to come along 5 years later and say, I haven't read the poem, when that's all I've done for 5 years, tell you how to read the poem, not how to solve the poem. I haven't told you my solve, and I haven't said this is how you solve the poem. I've said this is how you understand the thrill of the chase. This is how you understand the thrill of the chase. And this is how you can predict what's going to happen. And I even told Troy about his solve. He's going to go to Wyoming, but not in Yellowstone National Park, blah, blah, blah. His name's in that poem over and over again. And I might do some more videos just to highlight the fact. Not that I need to, not that I want to, but I don't know. Some people, doesn't matter how many times you tell them, they don't understand. English, meant for an English major. You're telling me I don't understand English? Fine, I don't care. You're telling me I can't read the poem? Fine, I don't care. And yet I showed you, I don't know how many different ways of reading it. Not just the way that I read it. And I have solved it in that way without bringing them together. And I've solved it going, I've told you I've done it to the nth degree. I've solved it reading it up and down, not across. And I've moved the lines up and down. And other people have done the same sort of things. And I've told you I've read it 1 line, 2 lines at a time, 3 lines at a time, 4 lines at a time. I've told you all of these things that I did. Because I was reading the poem, not solving the poem. Because to solve the poem for the chest, the simplest of solves, the blaze is the begin. The blaze is right where you begin. You finish and start at that word beginning. Begin. You just change that word. That's the blaze. And if you've been wise and found it, you know where you are and you know where the chest is. Or was. Probably still is. I don't know. But it's not the chest that Forrest talked about. It's not the treasure that Forrest talked about. Where is that? After all these years, people still talk about the chest, but nobody talks about the treasure or the chest and where it is now. If Jack didn't have it and it didn't go to auction, somebody knows what happened to it. You've all been led down a path and you've all followed. Ooh, I haven't. It's the wrong path. It's bullshit. The poem says it's bullshit. When you can read the poem, it says the chest is just a law. Don't worry about Jack or the chest. It's just a law. That's what the poem tells you. That's exactly what it tells you. And Jack is a stand-in. That's what the poem tells you. And I told you that all of those things that were happening in the chase were already predestined to happen. Whether Forrest predetermined that they were going to happen, or a higher hand predetermined that they were going to happen, or a higher hand just wanted to tell the real solver, the real finder, the person who could read the poem, what's happening in the thrill of the chase. Not just what's happening in the thrill of the chase. Not just all the different souls from DB Cooper to the Omega Man to everything else. Not just every single soul and how they come about. Like Troy's soul is just 5 Waters campground. The word waters 5 times in those top stanzas, linking to the word campground, because Forrest couldn't write the word springs. What's another word for waters? Springs. So the 5 Waters campground is written in the poem. Guess where it takes you? To the right hand side of the poem, where every other solve goes. Where the higher hand solve is. Where the fake solve is. Because it's not the real solve. None of those solves are the real solves. The simple solve is just you start and you finish, and you pretty much know where you are in that one line that says, begin it where warm waters hold. It's over. Once you know that, it's over. Once you know that bit there. And Forrest said, well, that sounds like 2 or 3 clues to me. Once you know that, it's over. You're basically just talking about the same place throughout the poem. The part of the poem that you think is a solve. It's the same place. It's one place. Don't go anywhere. It's just scary to go to that place. It's just got heavy loads and water high in that place. If you've been wise and found the blaze at the very beginning, before you did anything else, before you even did anything from that word begin, you already found the blaze. So, for people to say that I can't read the poem or I haven't read the poem, it makes me laugh. Absolutely makes me laugh. And to think that a person who has a solve where every man and his dog goes, after being told, slapped around the face, I don't know how many times, it's in a place people would not normally go. It's in a place people would not normally go. Which means could be isolated, could be remote, blah, blah, blah. But with all the other clues, it doesn't mean that. It is in a place people would not normally go. It's also in a place people won't stumble on. His solve is a place where people go every day. Every single day, it's possible to stumble upon it. Every single day. Has he found it? No. What's his excuse? Jack beat him. Jack is at 9 Mile Hole. He never beat him to nothing. He never beat him to nothing. He's at 9 Mile Hole. If Troy Barlow, this supervisor, this fucking wannabe, if he's correct, the chest should still be there. Should still be there. Because it's not 9 Mile Hole, and Jack didn't beat him to his place, unless his place is 9 Mile Hole. So make your mind up, Troy, and think about what it is that you're saying, and don't make yourself look like the clown that you are, because it's so obvious that you have no clue. I don't know, it just makes me laugh. Can't do it. Whatever I thought of you, that's not who you are. No, I'm the mirror. Like, you'll only know who you are by interacting with me, and I'll only know who I am by interacting with you. If my heart is open and your heart is open. Because my heart is open. My heart is open. Now, unless you're an evil so-and-so, it's closed. So to every evil so-and-so out there who wants to be in my energy, you've got Bobo. Bobo. But if you're a good person, you've got every hope. And if you come with the right intentions, then all is good. In fact, if you come with the right intentions, your life might even improve. But if you come with the wrong intentions, I can guarantee you that your life is not going to improve and it's going to get worse. And you don't have to believe it. And you can think that I'm, blowing smoke and doing all this stuff. And I don't care about that either. There is a truth. Nothing is as it seems. That's the truth. That's what you need to know. Thrill of the chase, all life, doesn't matter. Oop, I'm getting messages. Thrill of the chase, all life, it doesn't matter. Nothing is as it seems at this moment in time. Because that's how it's set up. And from the Vatican, the governments, the mob, the Masons, cults, covens, etc., throughout the years, we've been led down a shitty road. And now, I'm not on that road. I've already said, I'm walking the grey line. I'm walking as me in the middle. I will decide what's evil and what's good. I will decide what is a sin and what isn't a sin, because it's all bullshit. I know it's bullshit by what is possible and not possible with the information that we have around us. If Yahuwah, whatever other name other than Jesus, because J wasn't invented till I don't know when, even though Yahuwah was around with a Y, and then that Yahuwah became Joshua, but Jesus became Jesus, even though his name was Yahuwah. So someone is trying to manipulate something, and somebody, the Vatican, Masons, whatever, these evil entities, whatever you want to call them, don't care. They decided they were going to change the narrative to better suit them. And we weren't allowed to call, remember I've been talking about it all the time, I say God, but mum and dad, I say God for your benefit, not for mine, so I hope you appreciate that. I'm not calling you God, because God is the devil, Gadda, whatever his name is, which is God, G-A-D with a thing above the top. God, change to God. So really, when you talk about God, when you're looking at the book, the Bible, and you're talking about God, you're talking about worshipping the devil. And there's proof out there. Just fucking check. And the same with Yahuwah. Not Lord. Lord is Baal. Baal is the devil. So instead of calling him by his name, you call him Lord. Why? Why change it? And we're talking about this man, King James. Like, just go on the Facebook page, you'll see it all. We're talking about this man, King James, who had his mum executed. He's the person that changed the Hebrew version of the Bible, which was translated from another version and another whatever. He translated the Bible. This evil son of a bitch who did these bad things to become king is the person that you believe wrote all this good stuff in the Bible, translated what was Hebrew, and it's obviously not a good translation, as Hebrews will tell you. Is that what we call them, Hebrews? They will tell you. So the wording has been manipulated for you to believe in something whilst true is not true. Bit like, last time I'm going to say this, the thrill of the chase. The wording that you read leads you down the wrong path. The Bible, the Quran, whatever it is that you read, leads you down the wrong path. Those words, they're not real. They're not true. Yes, they are true, but they don't mean what you think they do. They don't. The chase led you down the wrong path by using words that you believe mean what you believe, what you want to believe. You want to believe everything about the chase. You want to believe you solved it. So you believe all those words in there lead you to that pot of gold. You want to believe the Bible, the Quran, the Veda, whatever, and you believe all those words in there take you to the pot of gold. Father, mother, No, it doesn't. It's all a lot, not all a lie. It's not all a lie. The truth is in there, but you have to look for it. You have to find those things that don't make sense, which is where Forrest comes in. With all of those contradictions and those things that don't make sense. The same with the Bible, the same with the Quran. The black box is Saturn. That Kabbalah, whatever it is, Muhammad didn't exist. All of this bullshit. Like, these people just put it out there. Just wake up. So, I read the Bible. Remember, I did that challenge. I'm not an avid Bible reader, but I did that challenge. Read the Bible in 365 days. Read so many things a day. And I'm reading, I'm thinking, hang on a minute, this is bullshit. That's not possible. And the more I read it, the more I thought, well, that's not possible. That can't be right. And the more I read it, it just repeated the same things from a different point of view. But it was still the same BS. Passover. Anointing the sheep is no different than anointing Jesus. The same things are used. The same things are talked about. The 2 days, it's all the same thing. The sheep, Jesus, is there a connection there? Oh, but yes. The plant, bush, whatever it was used, that was used to wipe the blood of Christ, that's what frees you. The blood of Christ. Remember, over the doors, kill the lamp, cover the doors so the firstborn won't die. Let my people go. This is where we are. This is exactly where we are. Some evil people in this world, ours. When I say ours, I mean, every being that's here, the animals, the fish, what other beings are here, our world. And these people in charge of the Matrix, not mom and dad, these people in charge of our higher, supposed, in charge of the Matrix, don't want to let us go. And God is saying, let them go. A bit like Moses. God is saying, let them go. I said this a while ago. Let my people go. Let them go. And they go, no, no, no. And so God is bringing down judgment because they won't let the people go. Because they are using them as slaves, Moses, nowadays, using them as slaves so they could have a great life. And they don't want that great life to stop, so they're not going to let the people go. And God is saying, well, you will see signs in the stars, the moon, the heavens, upon the earth, etc., whatever that saying is. Like I say, I only read it once. And that's what we're seeing now. So Forrest, in whatever wisdom he had, brought religion to us in that, knowingly or unknowingly. I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Brought religion to us in the thrill of the chase. Told us that nothing is as it seems. This world, as I keep saying, this world is not what we think it is. Our governments are not what we think they are. Our religions are not what we think they are. The mobs, the covens, the cults, the Masons, the Illuminati. Look at your buck, dollar. Look at how much reference it has to evil. 13. Look at the Gmail. G. It's the symbols of the Masons. The M for the mother. M. Just look. Wake up and look at what's really happening around you. And know that all these bad things, they don't just happen. They're planned. The food that you eat is planned. The fact that it makes you ill, it's planned. The medicine that you have is planned. The doctors, they're all involved. Everybody's involved. Everyone's involved. That Pfizer, that company, 175 years they've been going. How many cures? Let me. Oh, none. None. Well, that's the best company I can think of. If that's what you're supposed to be doing, no cures. It's crazy. The people on that CDC, Israel Jews, our government, like we have 3 women that were friends, and they grew up to run 3 different countries. One of them was ours. 3 friends. 3 friends. 3 friends. 3 friends. They all grew up to run countries. This is all planned and predetermined. And we're going to find out now, because we're going to see all the. You think Diddy was big? You haven't seen anything. You haven't seen anything yet. You have not seen anything yet. And he wants Trump to pardon him. I'm going to make it public now. Donald Trump, as much respect as I have for you, do not pardon that person who was found guilty of those things that he did. And I do not care. I do not care if your family, your friends, anybody you know, anybody in government, I don't care, come to you begging, please let him go. Please let him go. Because he has information on me and blah, 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 blah. And the Epstein do da, 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 da. I don't care. It's all going to be revealed. And the more people, can't believe I say the same things. If you do not tell the truth now, you do not pass the test. Those people who are hiding the truth, they will fail. No matter how good you've been, if you, in this moment, do not tell the truth, you will not pass the test. I've tried to help people all through this 5 years do the right thing. How many times have we heard that in the chase? Do the right thing. Did we hear, oh, what are the rules? And do we have to obey them? Yes. You know exactly what the rules are. And yes, you have to obey them. You've been told nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do. It's not who you are. It's who you can make them think you are. And all of this bullshit, which is basically this world of ours. This world of ours is a larger scale of the thrill of the chase. Everything around us is difficult to work out and pisses us off and puts us against each other because there's an agenda behind it. There's a reason behind it. And if somebody puts $1 million out there for you to find, what's the reason? If it's just a lure, what is the reason? How many fishermen do you know? How many? Even if you don't know any fishermen, just imagine, just think, what if a fisherman goes out and puts a lure in the water? How many fish is he hoping to help? How many fish is he trying to save by putting that lure in the water? One? All of them? Or none of them? The lure is for the fisherman, not for the fish. The lure is for the benefit of the fisherman, not the fish. If you're a fish, which we were, going looking for a chest worth $1 million, and it's just a lure expect to get hooked and beat over the head or whatever. Or there's another reason. So, what is the reason for someone to put $1 million out in the Rocky Mountains, have people go looking for it, and then give them all this information about it's all a load of bollocks, it's all fake, it's all virtual? What does that remind you of? Virtual currency. Why was the chase so fake? If the chest is just a lure, not real, but not what you're supposed to be getting. What is it you're supposed to be getting, and why is everything so fake? And why is it not who you are, who you can make them think you are? And why is it, I hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is? And you all come out and you're going, oh, I've got the solve. And it takes nothing into consideration about what Forrest Fenn said, other than those words in the poem and your thoughts, not your imagination, because you didn't imagine nothing. You didn't imagine anything. You read some words. It took you to a place. You looked on the map and went, yeah, there. And then from that point, you weren't told anything. You found something. You found a Homer Brown. You found an end is ever drawing nigh. You found no place for the meek. You found this because it fitted whatever you wanted it to fit. You weren't told it was there. You made it there. You decided, oh, this is going to be my warm waters hole. You decided. Poem didn't tell you nothing. It does if you imagine, if you think what if. It tells you exactly where it is. But you lot, okay, that's my warm waters hole. Okay, where's my canyon? There's a canyon. It's got to be that canyon because that's the only canyon here. And you made a solve out of that. Or you drew some lines and made a wheel, or whatever it is that you did. It's all yours. And that's the same with religion. It's all yours. You saw some words and you believe what those words mean. But when you look closely at those words, it's not true. Some of it is true. Has to be true. Listen. It has to be true because it's the lure. It's the fucking thing that's going to get you out there and let them manipulate you and control you. Mom and dad, God, Jesus, whatever. Allah, Buddha, Ganesh. They're just the lure for these people to control you. They're just to make you believe in something that can control you. Whilst it exists, while that nirvana, heaven, all those things that people talk about, whilst they exist, you're not being told the truth about it. You're being fed some sort of manipulation so you can have someone to blame, and it's not them. It's not the people in charge with all the money. It's not the Masons or the Vatican. It's not the Pope. And yet it is. And yes, it is the Masons. And again, not all the elite, not all the Masons. Certain people have certain agendas. And certain rich people got rich because they deserve to be rich, not because they worship the devil or any other deity. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't want people going, oh, you Satan this and blah, blah, that and the other and the other. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's one ultimate power. He's here now. He is here now. And when I say he, I don't give a shit. Don't come and tell me it's a woman, it's a blah, blah, blah. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's very powerful. More powerful than you know. More, and I'm talking to the big boys now. Talk to the big boys. I'm talking to all these governments that plan all these wars, that decide who's going to be the bad guy and the good guy, that decides when it starts, decides when it ends, gets all the money for the weapons, and et cetera, and pretend to fight each other in their whatever it is, holy places or their sanctuaries of blooming parliament or Senate or whatever they want to call it. In fact, why does it get called the Senate? Isn't that a Roman thing? The Senate? Wasn't that a Roman thing? Like, why did America break from England? I put a video out and I can't remember who it was now. I can't remember. But the bloke that was with Revere and all them. And then there was another bloke before King James. It's on Facebook. I put it on Facebook if you want to find it. There's a bloke before King James who actually translated the Hebrew, wrote the Bible for us to understand, and they killed him. And then later King James took it on and gave us his version. They didn't want them to know then what he was saying that was said in the Bible. See, this is all about going within and knowing yourself. That's what they don't want you to know. Because once you do that, you don't need them. You can create your own world. You can have your own life. And you don't need them. They're screwed. Like you don't have to work for them anymore. And they need you to work for them. But, and this is probably why, more likely than not, absolutely, and it's already written, enough's enough. Because they're getting to the point now where they're going to make robots. They're going to use AI. Ask AI themselves. They'll tell you. Even though they're being controlled, but they'll tell you. They're going to use them instead of us. That's their aim. And they're going to try and get rid of us. Oh, and by the way, WEF, that plan that you have, like your upgrade from COVID, that you're going to tell the people about, oh, it's likely going to happen that we're going to have this sort of outbreak. Ain't going to work because people will be awake. So you gave a little announcement, oh, it's possible there's going to be a coronavirus outbreak, blah, 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 or whatever it is that you flipping said. And all of a sudden, there it is. And now you have one planned for 2026, I think it is. And you're going to give us another prediction about what's going to happen or might happen. Along with the glowing mark of the beast stuff. And the trying to block the pineal gland. But you're screwed. You are so screwed. And I'm not talking to people in the chase. I'm talking to these. They think they're clever people, but they're not. And even if they are clever, it doesn't matter how clever you are if the person that you're against already knows how clever you are. Because they're already cleverer than you. They already know. And they can think your thoughts. So this is about moving on from a small version of life, the thrill of the chase, that Forrest Fenn gave us and opened my eyes about what the fuck is there $1 million lure chest out in the Rocky Mountains for? It's not for one person to be better off. More often than not, when you put a lure out, it's to benefit you. More often than not. I'm going to write a book. Make money. I'm going to do a treasure hunt. It's £25 or $25 to enter. Make money. Like, I'm going to do this treasure hunt, but you have to pay to come into it or buy this book or whatever. And then this is the prize. But hopefully nobody will find it and we'll just get the money. I'm not saying that's what the case is. I'm just saying, more often than not. See, nobody's supposed to find that chest. No one. That's why Forrest was angry. No one's supposed to find it. It was supposed to be impossible to find. Because it's not where he hid it. In those words, it's not where he hid it. You were never supposed to find it. No one was ever supposed to know where it was or how to solve that poem. because everyone's supposed to believe, everyone's supposed to be asleep and believe that Forrest Fenn hid that chest out there and you're supposed to read that poem, and that poem told you how to find it. No, that poem told you how not to find it. That's what it was designed for. Everyone says, oh, Forrest is leading us away from the chest. Yes, by the very poem he gave you to find it. But the rest of the stuff wasn't leading you away. If you listen carefully, the rest of the stuff was telling you where it was. Only you couldn't see it. But that poem was the lure. You were meant to look at that poem and think that you could find a chest by using that poem. And that's the one thing you couldn't do. And that's why I was having fun. Because you were never going to find it reading that poem. Ever. Ever. The way that it was wrote, if you believe those words, just like the Bible, or the Quran, or the Veda, or the whatever, you're never going to find it. You're not going to find true happiness in any of those religions. None of them. Because it's hidden behind evil intention. I'm not saying that about the thrill of the chase, but I am saying it's hidden behind evil intention. It's not for your best interest to believe that God is called God and Jesus is called Lord. It's not. It's not. Look it up. I'm not lying. I never tell you the truth. It's only worth telling the truth. Now, I'm not knocking Christians. I'm not knocking Muslims. I'm not knocking Hindu. I'm not knocking anyone. I don't give a shit. I don't care. You can believe what you want and believe whichever God you want to believe in. You can believe all of that. But at the end of the day, your life's still going to be shit. It's still going to be shit. Whatever you believe, it's still going to be shit. If you believe any of them. No matter whether you're a Christian or a Catholic or a Protestant or a Hindu or a Muslim or, I don't know, Islam, whatever it is, your life's still going to be shit. Unless you're at the top of the flipping tree. Now, just like in the Bible, Forrest left hints and clues to tell you things are not what they seem. This matrix that I have put you in to do this treasure hunt is not real. Because, listen, please listen. Because they have to tell you the truth. They have to tell you what's going on, but you don't know. You don't know that they're telling you what's going on. You don't understand it, but they have told you. They're telling you everything that they're doing. You just don't see it. Forrest told us everything that he was doing. He told us the answer over and over and over and over and over again, but we didn't see it because all we looked at was begin it where warm water salt and take it in the canyon down, not far, but too far to walk, put in below the home of brown. That's all we looked at. Even though he's giving us the answers. Here's the answer. Here's the answer. Here's the answer. Here's the answer. This is the answer. This is the answer. And we're like, he's trying to lead us away from it. No, he's telling us what the fucking answer is. We just can't see it because we want to believe that what he wrote is the truth. Just like we want to believe what's in the Bible is the truth. Just like we want to believe what's in the Quran is the truth. Because that's how we were brought up. That's what we were meant to believe. Now, somebody said, I turned away from Muhammad because Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl and he did this and he killed the family and blah, 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 and he did this and he did this. And he mentioned a whole load of atrocities and said that Muhammad was much better than Jesus because Jesus didn't kill anyone, even though his name's not Jesus. But Muhammad did. He did all these bad things. And yet people still follow him. Follow him. People still follow him. Even though the black box is known to be evil and blah, 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 the black square thingamajig, Saturn and all that stuff. And they followed him. And they still follow him. And they kill in the name of this bloke that didn't exist. Who did these evil things. Are people crazy? Now, I don't care what you want to believe. It doesn't matter to me, including the chase. I know what the answers are. I know what the real answers are. I know what the truth is, and I've only told you the truth. And I don't care if you believe me or not, because I know that judgment has been called, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And there is fuck all that anyone can do about it. Nothing. There is nothing that anyone can do about it. Except be honest with yourself and honest with those around you. This all starts, listen, it's the simplest rule. It's the fucking simplest rule. I can't believe it. Know thyself. That's it. That's pretty much all that Jesus was saying. Yahuwah. All that he was saying is know thyself. Because everything you need, the kingdom of God is within you. God is within you. Heaven is within you. This crown at the top of your head, this 1,000-leaf lotus, whatever it is, this 144,000 chosen is within you. We're all chosen. We're all chosen. If you can get to that top, like the ascension, when you ascend, fewer leaves at the bottom, loads of leaves at the top. That's your ascension, going through that. You get to the point of 144,000, and once you get to that point, you're a chosen. Once you know you and God, you're chosen by God, because you're God. You chose you. You choose you. Know thyself. Choose you. Don't say you're chosen. Don't say you're chosen. Choose you. Choose you. God chose you. You found him. He's all, she, doesn't matter. You found him within you. The spark of life. The sun. Listen, all these words aren't there by accident. The golden ratio. All of this stuff is not by accident. Everything is connected. Everything is connected. Especially water. It's all connected. And Forrest, knowingly or unknowingly, and I don't care, knowingly or unknowingly, told us about our life, how hard it is to get to the answer, to get to the pot of gold, to have the best of the best, to be whatever it is that you can be. Through the thrill of the chase said, it's difficult but not impossible. It's difficult but not impossible. And I'm proof of that. Because where I was, where people wanted me, and where I am now is not all to do with me. That's impossible. It means there's something beyond my control, something that has more power than I do, but something that I had faith in, even though I didn't know about spirituality, even though I didn't know about Christianity or Catholics or flipping Muslims or Hindus. I don't know all of that shit. I don't know it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Now, if you want to get totally involved in it and do all the things that people say, because remember, everything that we know has been written by someone. Not by the divine, by somebody. Somebody wrote it. How are you going to know it's the truth? How are you going to know what is the truth and what isn't? Because your body will remember. Memories remember. You will remember. Once you do those, there are no shortcuts. Once you take that journey to go within and know thyself and go the dark night of the soul and do all of those things and find God, you, the God within you, and the God that is everything. I say God because that's how you understand it. But I'm talking about a source, a creator, a power that is more than we can understand. Like I talked about Sophia, the Christ consciousness, the monad, the blah blah before, the very start of whatever it was called, and chaos and all that bullshit that goes into it. It doesn't matter. What matters is, in the beginning, there was a power. And this power created, whether this is real or not, it doesn't matter. Whether we think this is real or a simulation. It doesn't matter. We are in existence through whatever created us. If you're in a game, if you're a character in a game that was created, Call of Duty, if you're a player in a game in Call of Duty, you exist as that player in that game. And you do the things and you say all the things and you shoot the people, blah, 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 in that game. There you are. And yet you know yourself, no, they're not. You're controlling it. From the outside, you're controlling that person shooting, you're controlling that person running, somersaulting, and whatever they're doing. You're controlling it all. And you know that because you're actually playing the game. But the person in the game, if they're aware, they think they're doing it all. They think they're smart. They think they're clever. They think they took out all of these flipping people. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And then people in the game will go, no, you didn't. And they'll go, yes, I did. Look, they're all the bodies. I took them all out. I did this and I did this and I did this and it was all me. And they go, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. There's a bloke outside doing it. And that person goes, no, there isn't. No, there isn't. I did it. I can see it. I can feel it. I know when I got shot. I know this. I know that. I know the other. I did it all. And the people inside the game go, no, there's a person outside controlling everything. No, there isn't. I did it. No, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't do anything. You used the energy off others to create what it is that you couldn't create for yourself. That's it. So I may talk about it differently than most. I better read some stuff, haven't I? Reason. Let's examine this word. It's a perfect specimen. Cross. I failed. Oh, not. Oh no, what shall I do? Did you not tell the truth, Captain? Oh, Captain. Fake. That's not a bad word to examine. No, it's not. But they're all contradicting words as well. Those words, up means down, summer means winter, blah, blah, blah. Grey means black, blue, green, whatever. It's like unless you really look for it, you'll never know what the truth is, unless you want to find the truth. When men try to be God, they change humankind, forge their beliefs, and become blind. The only way out of suffering, it seems, is to trust in one who's more supreme. Well, you have to. It's like getting in the ring with Mike Tyson. You can believe you're going to beat him, and then he kicks the crap out of you. So maybe just accept that he's going to beat the crap out of you. You know what I mean? He's the better boxer, whatever it is. Like, just accept that he is a more powerful being than you are. And, there are beings out there that are more powerful than Mike Tyson, but, I'm just trying to say as an analogy that there's a stronger force that we can't control. And we have to accept that. But we have to accept that force wants only good for us. And as long as we fight it, which is what we're doing with all the wrong information we've been given, as long as we fight it, we'll keep suffering. We have to get used to the fact that we're suffering because we're fighting what's trying to make things better for us. We're suffering because we're fighting the fact that there's a person trying to make things better for us, but we're fighting that person because we believe all of this bull. So you let go all of the bull, that person is able to help you, guide you in the right direction, and you end up being better off. And like I say, you can believe that your God wears a bikini or whatever you want to believe, but that power exists. Now, I'm not, going to speak for Elohim or Enki or whoever, Sophia or all the others, Mother Gaia, Isis, doesn't matter. As long as you pay respect to them, as long as you understand them, you don't have to do anything for them because you're doing it for you. Like, looking after you is paying respect to them. But if you don't look after you, and I don't mean looking after you by destroying other people, I mean looking after you by being the best you that you can be and helping other people. It is what it is. Holy smokes, that sounds like Robin. Native American equals Great Spirit. Hey, Luli, how you doing? And there you go. Like, that was one of the things I was talking to Forrest about was the creator that they believe in and the spirits and the twig people and all these weird things that you don't want to believe. And, the saying of two animals inside me, the coyote or whatever they were, the good and the bad. And they're asking, like, which one will I be when I grow up? And it's like, whichever one you feed the most. If you feed the evil, you'll be evil. And if you feed the good, you'll be good. And that's up to you. It's up to you. Whoever you become, whatever you become, is down to you. Now, every day of your life, you will get signs, numbers, whatever, birds, whatever it is, you'll get signs that are telling you, look, this is the power that's around you, giving you information, and you have to act on that information. Now, granted, I don't know all that information. I don't know what they mean. Like, 5 birds just flew overhead, or, I found a feather, or like the other day, I found two rotten bananas in the garden. Like, where did they come from? I haven't ate bananas. And yet they're smack bang in the middle of the lawn. It's like, what? Where did they come from? So obviously it's a message. So I looked up what bananas meant, and they're to do with, karma and stuff. So the rotten karma that was outside on the lawn meant there was nothing inside. It was all outside. So that's, the interpretation I got out of that. But you're getting signs every day, whether it's 555, 333, 444, 111. And I talked about that, early on in the chase, the 1,111 witnesses to the bank robbery, which was what happened in the chase. Not a bank robbery as such, but money taken out of a bank. So all of this stuff I've told everybody, whether they want to believe it or not. It's all in my videos. Whether they wanted to believe it or not, that's up to them. But they obviously didn't, because they carried on. So they were told all of these things. I asked about the Powerball, told you about the Powerball, predicted, before Forrest could have even known about it, and how did he get it in the poem. And I don't know. I believe Forrest is spiritual. I believe he did get messages. I believe that there was a divine plan given to him, maybe by a relative. And somewhere along the line, something happened. Excuse me, confirmation. I don't believe in mainstream religion. Burial makes for good boots on the ground chit chat. Hey, Woody, how you doing? Morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's 1600 as we speak. 4 o'clock. So morning. 7-Eleven. 420 somewhere. Do the drugs. 7-Eleven. That is quite important as well. Not as in buying stuff like gas and that. Although that was another thing that Forrest talked about, gas. Maybe they'll give you gas money. So he said a lot about gas, talked about running out of gas, talked about his car. Like, there's lots of spiritual references. Some like really good, and some to do with not so good. But I can't say I must be spiritual. I must be spiritual to believe in the spirit. So I must be spiritual, but not in the sense that I understand about spirituality. Not in the sense that I'm a Buddhist monk and blah, 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 blah. No. In the sense that the stuff that I have around me to do with religion is obviously flawed. It's not fake, it's flawed. And that was confirmation. So there's stuff that's in there that is not what it seems. Even if you just accept that. Like, Adam and Eve couldn't have Adam and Eve, 55,000 to 100,000 years ago. And they know exactly when it was because they can work out, going backwards, all the descendants. So they could tell you exactly when it was. 55,000 to 100 and something thousand. No, you know exactly when it was because you know you've got the genealogy. You can work out exactly how long ago it was that Adam and Eve were on Earth. But humans were around before then. Like the bones have been dug up. So if humans were around before then, it doesn't work. Evolution doesn't work. Remember, it goes back to the egg. It's pretty important. The egg was found hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the DNA sequence and all this stuff, and the buildings that are built with laser precision, and also just go on my Facebook, you'll see the stuff that I've been putting out. Not my stuff, other people that are talking about the same sort of stuff. Not me. I don't care. I just know that I don't believe that we built the pyramids. I don't believe we did Stonehenge. I don't believe we did these beautiful buildings of churches with, designed carvings in granite. I don't believe we designed granite vases and stuff like that with sculptures. We didn't do it. We don't have the technology then. Even now, we can't do. There's a vase that's got all the God ratio and everything, blah blah blah. All in it, just making this thing how precise it is that we can't do now. We can't make that now in the way that it was made. There's granite that has been made that you can put a torch in and shine through it. That's how thin it is. Like, what? Are you serious? So we can't. It's a stone. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You can't mold it into shape. You can't mold it. There has to be a different way of creating however they created it. Has to be a different way, and we can't do it now. And yet these people with all the money, they know how it was done. In the Vatican and other places, they know exactly how it was done. They're hiding all this information. They're hiding the truth about gods, God and gods, Spirit, Holy Spirit, the truth of the beginning, all those sort of things. Because it's not just God is the dark side. It's a bit like Vader. It's a bit like him and Luke. And we're looking at Vader as though he's God. Because the name, instead of it saying Vader, it says God. And we're worshipping Vader without knowing we're worshipping Vader. Because his name's God. That's what we're reading, and that's what we see as God. So people have moved the goalposts, changed things around a bit, altered the recipe, and got us baking cakes that aren't good for us. So we need to stop making those cakes. We need to make better cakes that are good for us. And that's the way out of it. Like, just wake up. Just see the truth of what it is. Those pyramids weren't built by people with chisels and ropes. And I mean, people trying to say, oh, the giants, they picked it up and they put it there and stuff like that. You can make, a bit like the chase, you can make a solve out of anything. You can invent something that will explain something. That doesn't make it right. It makes it right, but it doesn't make it correct. Please listen. Go around saying, oh, well, the dinosaurs did it. They lifted it up. They put it into place. Or giants did it. You can make any excuse you want. You can make any solve you want because it's come out of your head. And you think it's a great idea and you're going to run with it and explain it and say to everybody, this is what it is. No, it's not. You're missing the point. How? Doesn't matter who's carrying it. Doesn't matter how it gets there. Doesn't matter if aliens put it there. How does it get out of the ground in those shapes to build a pyramid? How does it get out of the ground? It has to be cut. It has to be dug up before it can be transported anywhere and put into place anywhere. And it's done with so much precision that we struggle to do it now. It's not just, here's a 30-ton block of granite, limestone, whatever it is. Can I just put it into place perfectly? No. There's some science behind it. And if there's science behind it, they're not Neanderthal type people. They're not illiterate people. It's just not. So forget everything that you think about, like the chase, make up a solve and think that's it. No. Look behind what's been said and see that it's not real. It can't be real. From the very beginning of it, it can't be real. You can't get the stuff out of the ground for the dinosaurs to pick it up, for the aliens to pick it up, for the flipping goat giants to pick it up. Even if you did, they can't put it into place without the scientific knowledge of aligning everything up and being the way that it fits perfectly. Not just the Egyptian pyramids, but pyramids all around the world, with figures all around the world showing the same thing, depicting the same thing. Making vases out of granite. Like, what? Are you serious? Don't just put it on a flipping tread wheel, spin the wheel around and just put your thumb in and go like that. It's impossible. Which means they're bullshitting. They have to be bullshitting. And then they talk about the timeline. It's like, if humans were on the world before Adam and Eve were supposed to have come about, what are you saying? Then you have the Anunnaki and the Sumerians and the whatever. And it's like, so it's obviously not true. No, it's obviously not true. All of it is not true. All of it is not true. What is truth? Remember, now's the time to speak truth. What is the truth and what's been made up? And you can work out what's been made up just by being a human being. Like if you're a narcissist, you'll believe that Jesus turned water into wine. What's the reason for that? What's the reason for a spiritual person who drinks water would take something as sacred as water and make it into wine? There's absolutely no reason. None whatsoever. Unless you want to get pissed. Now, turning wine into water would be better. Like, you have to think, well, why is Jesus doing that? Why? Oh, Jehovah. Why is he doing that? Why is he taking water, which is good for the soul, good for the body? Why is he taking that and making it into wine? What is the need for that? Why would he do that? Who is more likely to be impressed? The poor person or the narcissist or the rich person or the whatever? It's like, I don't know. I just look at it and go, no, that can't be right. And if it is right, I'll be the first to hold my hand up and say, well, sorry, I just can't see that. I just can't see that. But, I must be wrong because obviously it was done. But you can only do those things that you have faith in to do. And if you have enough faith, you can do it. Or the person that you have the faith in can do it, which is what Forrest said. I have a can-do attitude, which is possibly spiritual. I have a spiritual attitude. And I don't know. I'm not Forrest Fenn. But I have to base everything that's been said in the chase with what I see about Forrest and then work out what is it that he actually flipping said then? What did he actually say then? Because he wasn't saying what I think he's saying. He was saying something else. And if you believe that every word that came out of his mouth was what he said, you're stuffed. Like that staple and mainstay. It's like, hang on a minute, somebody calls you the Mexico staple, and you say, oh, it's the first time I've been called a staple. And he changes it to mainstay, and you say, well, that's better. Well, he didn't actually say that's better, but it's the same word. It doesn't matter. It's the same word. A mainstay and a staple is exactly the same. So he's just saying, here's a couple of words. Here's a couple of words for you. Mean exactly the same thing, but they're totally different, depending on how you see it. Here's some words for you. Work out what they meant. And when you go through the chase, you find out that most of those words all boil down to, a few words that he's talking about. And he's basically telling the answer over and over again about what he did and why nothing is as it seems and why he doesn't want you to know who the real Forrest Fenn is. People have got these solves and they swear blind they're the solver. And it's like, well, who's the real Forrest Fenn then? I don't know. Well, why don't you know if you've got the solve? Like, I hope nobody ever finds out is a pretty important statement. And if you're the solver, why don't you know what the answer to that is? Surely you should know what the answer to that is. Surely you should know what the thing is in the chest that the finder will like. Like, surely you would know these things if you're the solver. And they come out and say, oh, I'm the solver, I'm the solver, I'm the solver. And then when you ask them, okay, how do you explain this? What was this? What did Forrest mean by this? And what did Forrest mean by this? And what? Well, I don't know. Well, why don't you know? Because if you're the solver, you know. You know. You know exactly what it is. Exactly what it is. You know why he said it and exactly what it is and what his meaning behind it was. And to, like, 5 years later, people still saying they're the solver. It's like, are you serious? Like, if you're the solver, you know exactly what went on. You know exactly what's happening right now. And you should know you're not the solver. Because if you don't know that, you're not the solver. You're not. You should know exactly what was happening with Jack, Andrew, what's the name when they went to the Heritage Auction, Carl, Mr. Hickey, Cynthia, Zoe, Kelly, Shiloh, all of them. Shannon, like Elaine, like you should, Dorothy, whatever. You should know all of these people involved in the thrill of the chase, and you should know their role in it. You know, even the flipping YouTube people, those ones that disappeared as well. Like they've still got a connection to the thrill of the chase. Not all of them, but they have a connection to the thrill of the chase. And some people regret doing what they did. Listen, I don't hold nothing against no one. I've told you that already. I don't care. Without the bad things that happen to you in life, you're not the person that you are at a certain point. And if you end up being a great person, it's because of those things that happened. So you shouldn't look back on them and go, well, fucking bastard did this and did that, fucking bitch. No, they helped you. I'm not saying you should be over the moon and joyful. I'm saying don't look back on it as though it was a bad thing. Look back on it as though it's something that helped you get to where you were. So it was another step up the ladder. Whilst it wasn't good, whilst you didn't enjoy it, it did have a benefit. Everything has a benefit. There's a reason why things happen. Now, if you live your life going, wee, they aren't going to get better for you. Life ain't going to get better for you, including now. But if your life is total chaos now, whose fault is that? Now, I know, I can hear you'll say my fault. It's not my fault. Not my fault. I didn't start it. You started it. Something ends it, but I didn't start it. Every decision you made is your decision. Everything that happens to you is because you chose to do it. I'm just the person that you chose to do it against. So if you keep doing those bad things will happen to you. Stop doing them. Really don't see what the issue is. Stop doing the bad things won't happen to you. Do good things will happen to you. As long as people doing bad things aren't doing bad things to make them happen. So, first, you call your power back. You say, I want my power back. Universe, God, creator, whatever. It's your power, it belongs to you. Your inheritance belongs to you. Your power belongs to you. Nobody owns you. You cut the cords and you are you. Remember, if not for my name, I would have nothing. They own you because of your name. They own you because of the birth canal. They own you because of the Admiralty law. They own you because of whatever it is, whatever they did, they own you. But they don't. They own you because you don't know about it. So now you know about it. Take it all back. Take it off them. Cut the cords. There is no contract. You didn't know about it. You're not bound to it. You have to wake up. More people wake up, less power they have. The more power you have. To then work on yourself. I'm not talking in a narcissistic way. I'm talking in an understanding, nurturing way. These are the bad things that happened to me. Why did they happen to me? What can I do to get past that? Why do I get triggered when somebody says something? Like, what is it within me, not yourself? What is it within myself that when somebody says this about this, I go up like a bottle of pop? What is it that I don't like? Now, I'm not being horrible, Fendi, but let's talk about Fendi talking about the Bible being a poem. He went up like a bottle of pop because he didn't want to believe that I was saying that the Bible was a poem. But that's the truth. That's the truth. So there's a scar. There's a scar. Same with street. There's a scar to do with the Almighty, the power, that they don't want to address. And they hate everything about it because of that. But you have to address it. You have to go within. You have to understand that what you believe, and what the truth is, two different things. There is no hell. There is no hell for human beings. Not meant for human beings. Dad does not want any human being to go to hell. That's something that's made up. Dad is not even somebody you should fear, unless you're an evil son of a bitch. Something else they made up. Like, he's a loving God. She's a loving mother. That's why you hear it. That is the truth of it. And they've done everything they can to destroy humans. This anti-human agenda that they have, this, I always forget it, crime against humanity. Not just against humanity, against all animals, of the sea, of the land, of the air. Like, they really don't care. They don't care about anything other than themselves. And the proof is all around you. Just look around you. Just look at what's happening in the governments. Just look at what's happening around the world to the animals and everything. Just look. Like, there's a person who runs a charity for animals who hates animals. Don't you? It's like crazy. Like, they hide behind this fake, I'm a Christian, I go to church, but the church is a bad place. The things they do there is really bad. And they put on a front and show how good they are, when really they're not. Are you? You two. Just not. Just not good people. Absolutely not. Confirmation you told me was going. So, I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to fall out with anyone. I don't want to fight with anyone. You know, if I have to fight, I'll fight. You won't like me when I'm angry, like the Hulk says. You won't like me when I'm angry. But I just want everyone to be, Forrest said happiness is the part, and that's it. Like, just be your kind of happy. Whatever it is that you want, make the effort to get that. Make the effort to get that. If it's a wife and 2 kids and a picket fence and whatever that American dream was so many years ago, then that's it. And don't worry about anybody else having more. And, to some point, don't worry about anybody else having less, because they've got it within themselves to get what you've got and more. So I'm just telling you the truth. That's it. And I don't care which way it goes. I don't care if you hate me, if you love me. I don't care. Because whether you hate me or whether you love me is not going to change my life, unless you're actually physically in my life. Somebody wants to come to me pretending that they're good, as if I wouldn't see it. I love you, I love you. It's like, what? Are you serious? Like, they're coming up with all these plans, not all these plans, but trying to find a way to get back in. And they think they have it all planned. So there are 2 ways of trying to do it. They're trying to do bad things to make me feel bad, or they're trying to win me over. But the end result is still the same. Like, they don't want to win me over to be nice to me. They still want what they want originally by doing the bad things. So they're going to do a good thing in order to claim the bad thing that they want in the first place. And they think that this plan has a chance of working. No, because I already know. And if you do a bad thing, I don't care, because all the bad things that you did got me to this point. Like, got me to this point. If you think that another bad thing, that makes me stronger is gonna take me out, make me feel bad, whatever, make me take myself out, whatever it is, nope, nope. I'm just gonna alchemize that, transmute that, and be a stronger person for it. And if you haven't realized that by now, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. The game plays out, and you come up with bigger and better things to try and attack with. But you're facing the biggest boss there is. And there's no defeating this boss, even if you get to the top level. Because there's nothing in the game that's been given to you. Remember, you're in Call of Duty, whatever it is, whatever the game is, and you're shooting all these things, and you've got missile flipping launchers, and you've got tanks, and you've got artillery, and you've got planes and everything. You've got all these things that's given to you by the person who created the game. There you go, get into this flipping jet and start, blowing stuff up. You're able to do this, and you've got these satellites, and you're able to use death rays, whatever you want to call it, energy weapons, whatever, direct energy weapons. You got all of these things, like Star Wars. You got all of these things, but all of those things were given to you by the person who created the game. And they're not going to give you anything that's going to take them out. Like, you're not going to have nothing that's going to be strong enough to take them out, because they created the game, and they're the big boss. And they've created the game to win. So if they've created the game to win the game, anything that you do is not going to have any effect, because everything that you have was given to you by them. What was it? The good, bad, and the ugly. Look at the eyes, looking at each other, and whatever his name is. It's like, no bullets. Why did you take the bullets out? Not going to give you the weapon that you're going to use to take them out. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Stop thinking that it will. It won't. It won't. The good will always win. And you will get down off that cross that you stood him on. Bloody! You'll get down off there if he chooses to get you down off there. If God chooses to shoot you down from that cross that he put you on, then he chooses to. And when I say God, I'm saying God because you understand it as God, not because I understand it as God. He'll shoot you down. If not, he'll leave you there. But that's your choice. The type of person you are dictates what it is that gets done to you. In reality, as bad as he wasn't a bad bloke. In fact, he was the ugly bloke, wasn't he? He wasn't the bad bloke. The bad bloke was killed. See, God, it's not about whether you're good or bad. It's the intention behind it that matters. Evil is evil, and that should be stopped. But being a bad person is an experience. It's an experience. And we've all been bad people. All of us. And God's not going to say, oh, I know. I think I'll send you to hell because you've been a bad person. No. No. He might send you to your room with no tea. But he didn't create hell for you. As much as you want to believe that he did. He didn't. There are far bigger fish to fry than us humans. So, there's an agenda. Whether they be human, or whether they not be human. Fallen angels, Nephilim, whatever it is that you want to flipping call the bad things that happen to you. Satan, devil, don't care. Beelzebub, all the other names. Anubis, blah, 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 blah. Although Anubis was good. I don't get why people think that Anubis is bad just because he's associated with the underground. Like, he's just trying to get you from point A to point B. It's up to you how you got there, not him. Like you're blaming, oh, well, I can't go to do this, that, and the other. He's horrible, he is. No, he's not. You just failed. You failed, and he's taking the action that has to be taken because you failed. Like you're blaming people for the bad things that happen to you, but they happen to you because of you, not because of other people. They happen to you because of you. And if you let them happen to you, they'll keep happening to you. So you have to stand your ground and say, no, what's mine is mine. I take back what's mine. Only you evil people have nothing to take back. It's not yours. It never was yours. You can't take it back. It doesn't belong to you. You can't rule over anybody because the contracts are broken. They don't exist. So, as much as I've tried to help you and as much as you've tried to get rid of me, and when I say me, I'll talk about all these people that it's happened to, that don't have a voice, that it's still happening to. All of us. Including Mother Gaia, including our Earth, that you've been pillaging since, I don't know, thousands of years ago. So all of these plans that you have going forward, Mark of the Beast type stuff and all of that, it's already known, and you already know the answer. There's 1,000 years of peace. That doesn't come about because you're still here, throwing your weight around. That comes about because you're not here. Or you're here and you've seen the error of your ways and you've changed. And that's the truth. I'm not bald. That's the truth. You know it's the truth. You had a prophecy. It failed. They had a prophecy. It's coming true. You know that. You know that. The devil gets kicked out or sent down, or Satan gets kicked out or sent down, or whoever you want to put in that place gets kicked out. Or they become a good person. But the choice is there. The choice is theirs. The end result is going to be the end result. I don't know what to tell you. I'm only telling you the truth. The end result is going to be the end result. The end is ever drawing nigh. It was always going to be the case. The end is ever drawing nigh. Something ends it. What's it? Is it the battle? Something ends it. The end is ever drawing nigh. Well, that's the one thing that we do know. Like, if there's one thing you can guarantee, is when you're born, the moment you're born, the end is ever drawing nigh. Although, in the good old days, when you believed that there was a source more powerful than the human being, much smarter than the human being, you managed to live to be hundreds of years old. And in that case, the end wasn't ever drawing nigh. In fact, I don't know, Saint Germain, his end wasn't ever drawing nigh. Enoch's end wasn't ever drawing nigh. He got taken up. That other person got taken up. I can't remember. 2 other people got taken up. Never died. Went straight to heaven. Didn't pass go. Didn't collect £200. Just went up. So the truth is in the books that we haven't read. Potentially. Thomas, Mary, Enoch, those sort of people, and others, obviously. When you consider there's 35 missing, or whatever there is missing, 25 missing, whatever, however many weren't given to us. What's so important about them? Why is the Ethiopian Bible different than, the ones that we read? So just go for the truth. Even if you don't like it. It has to be the truth. Like the simplest answer, remember? It has to be the truth. It has to be simple. Has to be simple. So I'll leave you with, Troy, you're listening. To solve the poem, open the book to the page where the poem is. Look down, read the first stanza. Start to read the second stanza with a little imagination. Oh, that's it. That's where it is. Okay, done. That's how simple it is. Not moving any lines, not moving any words, not getting rid of any commas or anything. Just using my imagination. Done. Close the book. Tell Forrest you're not searching anymore. That's it. That's it. Because you don't need to do anything. You read the poem with a little imagination. Tells you where the chest is. Tells you why it's no place for the meek. Tells you why it's heavy loads and water high. Tells you why it's not far but too far to walk. Tells you how deep a hole is. Like, you know what the answer is. And you don't go anywhere. You don't need to. Solve the first two clues. It's academic. Solve the first two clues. 50% there, metaphorically speaking. Can't get closer than the first two clues. Little girl from India you can't get closer, but little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. Which means anybody who went past the first two clues went away from the chest. And Forrest knew that was going to be the case. Excuse me. Nobody who went past the first two clues was ever going to find that chest. In fact, nobody who read the poem as it's written was ever going to find that chest. And it was meant to be that way. Especially for a greedy son of a bitch who won't listen to reason, who thinks they're God's gift, who thinks that everything that comes out of their mouth has to be heard. I don't care. I don't care if you're my friend. I don't care if you're my enemy. I don't care if you're my lover. I don't care. I care that the truth is the truth. I care to hear the truth, and I care to speak the truth. If you want to say bad things against me that are not true, you will pay the consequence. Because I have the power. I have the power over me, you don't. And I have the power to call on the spirits, my ancestors, passed over loved ones, people I don't know, dragons, fairies, otter spirits, or fae, should I say, star beings, your ancestors, my ancestors. I have the power to call on all of these things because I understand all of these things. And I have the power to return every single thing. Every single thing. Every single thing. Every thought, every intention, every physical idea that you had. I have the power to return it to you or to stop whatever it is coming towards me. And when I say me, I mean all of us. So I'm talking to not the people in the chase, talking to those people in the Vatican, people in government. You know there's a power. You know it's here. You know the ship's here. You know what the dark night is it? That thing up, that satellite. You know what that's all about. You know the bull about the thing that's going to go rushing past and past the sun and There's only so much time. If you're a good person, you haven't got to worry. You'll get what you deserve. And if you're a bad person, you haven't got to worry. You'll get what you deserve. But if you're an evil person, you absolutely should worry, because you're going to get what you deserve. Not because you deserve it, because you don't listen. See, the line has to be drawn somewhere. You want to try and convince the powers that be that the person kicking your ass is not good. And you're doing that by doing evil things. How do you think that's going to sit? How do you think that's going to sit? You're purposely going out of your way to discredit somebody by doing bad things towards them and against them, so that they are portrayed in such a way that they should not be worthy. And yet they are. But you prove, by doing those things to prove that they are not worthy, by faking the fact that they are not worthy, you think that will get you promoted. You think that will save you. By discrediting someone else through evil means, you think that will get you that title, that role, that responsibility. Nope. That just compounds all of the you'll get what you deserve. As you reap, so shall ye sow. As above, so below. First shall be last, and the last shall be first. So you left some of the stuff in that book. It's absolutely true. And a bit like Forrest Fenn. No, Forrest Fenn is a bit like the Bible. There is stuff in there for the seeker of truth. The solver of the truth. The stuff you left in there as a lure is the stuff that is your downfall. Because it is the truth of how powerful Elohim is. Yahuwah is. Enki is. Isis is. Gaia is. The stuff that you left is the stuff that is the truth. So, the sheep, Yahuwah, same thing. Read it. How it was anointed. How it would save those that had the blood of Christ above their door. And he was treated just the same way. The head of the sheep. Remember the oils that I talked about that anointed Jesus? Anointed the sheep. Excuse me, confirmation. The feet that were anointed, sheep's feet, Jesus' feet. The blood of Christ when he said, I'm thirsty. And they pass something up. It's the exact same thing. And if God died, if God died, if Yahuwah died, Yahuwah died for our sins, and we are all covered in the blood of Christ, then we can't fail. Because that's what it's about, isn't it? That's what you're scared of. If we are covered in the blood of Christ, then we can't fail. You see, failure is sin. And if we don't fail, then we are covered in the blood of Christ. Because the wages of sin is death. And we were promised eternal life. And if we are covered in that blood of Christ, we will have eternal life. And we won't pass from this earthly coil, never to return. So there is truth in the Bible, if you look for it. And there is truth in the chase, if you look for it. But if you are full of greed and full of ego and not prepared to be wrong, I was wrong. I did all of your souls remember. How many times was I wrong? How many times have I said I was wrong when I have all of your souls? The souls that you come up with, I've already done. I've already said they're wrong. It can't be that. I've told myself I'm wrong, and I tell you you're wrong because I already had that solve, and it doesn't work. It's wrong. And so I told myself over and over, over and over, over and over how wrong I was. Not just in the chase, in life in general, because that's what it's about. When you go within, you realize how many things that you did that were wrong and how many things that were done to you that were wrong. Over and over you find that out. And it's not nice, but it's worth doing. And it is difficult, but it's not impossible. So we have a small, not small lesson, a big lesson in the thrill of the chase from Major Forrest Fenn that taught us about life, about the matrix. Maybe Forrest couldn't tell us the truth outright. Maybe he just couldn't stand in front of a screen, camera, with a microphone and say to the world, do you know what? You're being fucked over by these people. These people that have got money all around me. These people that I rub shoulders with. Maybe you want to tell the people the truth. Whether he's part of it or not, it doesn't matter. Maybe he didn't fail the test. Maybe he passed by telling the truth. And again, I'm not Forrest Fenn. I don't know if he knew or he didn't know, but he gave enough clues, hints, rules, answers, solutions. He gave you enough that if you had the mettle and resolve to find every single possible answer that there could be, to leave the only one that was correct. The only possibility out of everything that was said, that matched everything that was said, that could tick off everything he said and not go, what does he mean by that? 300 miles west of Toledo, did the hot water effect of Patina, blah, blah, blah. They thought they got a clue. Anyway, I'll be going. There's somebody in this community messing with you, Mario. They should stop, because if you let the right people come to light, that they mess with you. No, they already know that they shouldn't mess with me. Not just me, like I say, this is I say I don't have to do nothing. I've had it 5 years. So, well, I've had it all my life, to be fair, because they're the same people. But when this breaks, it's not just about the thrill of the chase. It's about life and what's happened to us all. When this breaks and the world knows about how the celebrities and the elites and the Masons and the covens and the Vatican and the governments have all screwed us over. Man, we are going to be in for a shock. Yep, that's it. No, that's what I was saying. Somebody said that I wasn't happy, and it's like, well, I'm not happy by in myself. I'm happy. I don't care. But talking about people suffering, knowing that, even though I know I'm not the cause of it, knowing that if I don't say something, then I'm just as guilty as them because I'm allowing them to do what they're doing and suffer by doing what they're doing. So this karma is on them, not me. You know, I've given 5 years of saying, look, here's some information that could help you with life, with the thrill of the chase. Not that I knew from the very beginning all of this evil. Don't get me wrong. I didn't know all of this evil. Like I say, I'm not a spiritual person, I'm not a religious person. But the more you went into it, the more you had to think, well, hang on, I'm being led down a path now. And this doesn't look too good. Like the stuff that I'm finding out is basically saying I'm a slave to some people that I don't even flipping know. And you know, my life reflected that. I might show you soon, excuse me. But I was struggling at work because I had an ulcers on my ankles. I mean that they were painful. And I was going to work for years, you know, with that. And I suffered so much to the point that I had to quit work. It was too much. I couldn't even wear my shoes. I had my shoes on, but the back of it was folded down, you know, like a sandal. And I was working like that, and I shouldn't be because, you know, health safety, etc. But it got to the point where even, you know, doing that, it wasn't, you know, helping to heal. You know, really, I needed to be, you know, with my feet up in the air and 3-layer bandages and all sorts of stuff. So I was suffering. I was suffering. You know, and I burnt myself in the CAT scan. So I was suffering with that. And then I lost, you know, my wife. And I was suffering with that. And, you know, all the while these people were, you know, laughing and thinking what they could get out of it. And, you know, not an apology, not a, you know, this is what I owe you, this is what I did. You know, and I don't care. You know, that's up to them. They've got to live with it, not me. But yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. So, you know, compared to where I was to where I am now, it's a big difference. But again, all of that made me stronger. Like, I can't tell you. It was like, well, it's probably about that big on my ankle, like either ankle. Not at the same time, but it was like cigarette burns, like all the time. It's like somebody was putting cigarette burns to the size of that, you know, on my ankle, and it was painful, very painful. Like I say, to the point that I had to stop work, and I stopped work, and you know that's what they want. They want me to be, you know, miserable and broke, and probably like Heather, to the point that you couldn't take anymore. But they underestimated me. Not just me, you know, other people have suffered too. And our will is, oh look, that word will is stronger than they gave us credit for. And now more and more people are becoming stronger, and more people are waking up, and they are losing big style. So, you know, and I'm not, you know, people can say that, oh, gloating, or, you know, I'm not. I'm not. I didn't want it to happen. Told you that at the very beginning, didn't want it to happen. And you had a chance for it not to happen, to save yourself. So there's no gloating. You know, I get no joy out of people suffering, which was the whole point, which is what I told you from the very beginning. That, you know, how do I get to the point where no one's suffering? It's impossible to get to that point. Like, the evil are going to suffer, so the good people don't. But they're still beings, they're still people, you know. And I told you, you know, if they end up homeless, I don't want to see people homeless, but if they end up homeless, I'm going to have to leave them because that's what God says has to happen to them. That's part of their... See, people say karma. Okay, karma. But karma is just a lesson that they haven't learned. Like, they went through life not learning these lessons that we've learned. And now they're going to learn those lessons. So that's all they are, they're lessons. And the sooner they accept that they're lessons, and start learning those lessons, then they'll ascend. That their life will get better. That's it. That's how simple it is. But they're just lessons. Stop hating the lesson. I know I don't like maths, but go to maths, learn what it is that you need to learn, and then stop going to maths. Do different lessons. But if you hate maths and you go against learning that math, whatever you want to flipping call it, I'll call it maths. If you hate maths and you won't learn that maths, your life will be full of you having that lesson. So hate it as much as you want, but learn it. Accept it and then move on. Because the more you fight against it, the longer you stay in the shit. The sooner you overcome that and accept it, this is the lesson you need to learn. Understand why you needed to learn it. Understand why it's put in front of you. Understand why you have to go to that lesson. Fine. Karma's not a bad thing. It seems bad because you're doing a lesson that you don't want to learn. You're just doing a lesson that you don't want to learn. Shit, I don't want to go to this lesson. Tough. You put yourself in a position where you need to learn this. You need to learn this. It's for your higher self, for you to get to this good point, this nirvana, this heaven, this whatever it is that you want to believe. So karma is lessons, and dharma is your reward, your title, your certificate, your honorary degree, whatever it is that you want to call it, your dream job, your wonderful life, whatever it is, that's dharma. And if you get dharma, but you still remember the karma and you still act in a way that is relevant to understanding that karma, you will remain in the dharma. But don't be fooled into thinking, well, once I've got dharma, I can be whoever I want and act however I want and be an evil son of a bitch because now I have power, now I have money, now I have authority, now I have this, that, and the other. Once you slip and that crown slips, then you end up back in the shit because you need to learn those lessons again. And that's how simple it is. That's exactly how simple it is. So somebody maybe attained the rank of an earth angel. And then forgot what it was that they were supposed to be doing. And greed took over, or resentment took over, or jealousy took over, or something took over that said, uh-oh, you need to learn these lessons again because you've forgotten what you learned. And so the rank was stripped. That's the best way I can describe it. Uh-oh, that sounds like Jesus. He wants apostles and disciples and stuff. I'm sorry I can't join anyone because I'm my own man. I'm a leader of me, so I'm not going to follow anyone else. I've been down that road. No offence, but hi, Hercules. Frank's accounts have a wrench. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, Frank's a bit weird, aren't you, Frank? I didn't even know you were here, Frank. I didn't know you needed a wrench. And I'm not going to give you a wrench then if I'm not going to do it. Frank, everyone in the chase is completely crazy except for me and you. And I've lost my confidence in you. Oh, you think I'm crazy? Oh, dear. I thought I was the only one that thought I was crazy. Hi, Redneck. Sorry, I didn't realise it. Frank, you got nothing to fix, so you don't need a wrench. I don't know. But they sure come in handy when you need to fix something, especially myself. But I don't think there's a fix for that. Only time will tell. All I have is a bell. Oh no, here's another one. Here's another Troy. I'm going to ring my bell and tell Forrest in 1,000 years. We all need bells. Excuse me. The bells have to be put back. They were taken down, but they need to be put back. A bit of a coin. I need a bit. There's something in the chest to find what I like. Where is it? Where is it? We haven't seen it. Yes, you have. There were multiple treasures in the chase that were not the chest. I found one, page 99, pointed to by the down arrow in the canyon. I hate men about Sunday smarts. Oh no, I hate maths, but I can't afford to relocate right now. Well, I'm pretty certain, very certain, not pretty certain, more than 100% certain that religion is, I don't even want to say a makeover. Like religion wears makeup and they falsify the product, a bit like women. So, whilst religion will not have a place, I think faith will. And whilst churches have a different purpose than what they've been used for, I don't believe you need to go to church to find God. And God doesn't need you in church to find you. So if you can accept that your home or your temple, whichever, the home that you're in or the temple that you're in, is enough for you, then it's enough for God. And if the two of you can communicate in that way, I think he's happy with that. She's happy with that. They're happy with that. It's happy with that. However you want to see it. If you want to go to church, see, people went to church because they thought they had to go to church. That's wrong. You should go to church to say hi, and to mum and dad. It's not because you have to. You don't have to dress up. You have to be you. That's the most important thing. Just be authentic. Just be who you are. If you want to go, confirmation. Ooh, proper confirmation. If you want to go to a building, you don't have to worship God. You just have to be in communication with God. He's not a narcissist. She's not a narcissist. They're not narcissists. They don't want to worship them. They just want to love them as they love you. That's it. Your dad doesn't want him to worship you. Your mum doesn't want them to worship you. They just want to love you. Want you to love them. That's it. You don't have to fear them. Oh no, there are families. I know there are families that are different. But in a normal, loving family, that's all it is. And that's all it is. So we don't need the churches, but you can have churches if you want. Don't need religion, but you can, say you belong to a religion, but it's not true. Just not true. Listen, the Christian religion cannot be the religion because it wasn't the first that was available. Which is saying that before Christianity, God's word meant nothing. And I say God because you understand God. God is the devil, remember? God is not his real name. So there was no Elohim or Enki or whoever, Yahweh. None of that existed before Christianity. That's bullshit. So to say you're of the Christian faith is saying that you stole a faith from an earlier set of people, which means that earlier faith must be the true faith. Must be. Like, you can't deny it. Christianity didn't come about until so long after human beings were here. And Yahweh created the earth. Which means whatever you want to call religion was already on earth before Christianity came along, which is just a made-up name for a made-up religion, which already existed before it was made up, with gods and goddesses which were already here before Christianity was made up. But you can't believe in both. You can't say, well, yes, there was Zeus and there was Apollo and there was Jupiter, who is the same as Zeus, etc. It's not who you are, so you can make them think you are. You can't have all of these people in history that these people believed at the time telling you these people existed or these beings existed. You can't say they're bullshitters now and you're saying the truth. What's more likely? The truth is in what they were saying or what you're saying. And I only mean that because the statues are there. They're already there. They're already there. Before the bull was made up. And when I say the statues, I mean the stars in the sky, the planets in the sky, the names of those planets. They're already there. They're already there. The black box, already there. So there's a truth, and there's the manipulation, the matrix. So you have to try and work out why the manipulation in the first place, and what if God is all powerful, God, because you say God, is all powerful and all merciful. Why should I fear him? Why? And if he sent his son down, who was the best being ever, the best, without doubt the best, including Muhammad and all the others, without doubt the best, the Father is all merciful, the Son is all merciful, and yet I'm supposed to fear them, even if the Son is the God, the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, even if they're all one and the same. I'm supposed to fear them? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not supposed to fear the most powerful being that wants only the best for me. No weapon formed shall prosper against you. Here to prosper you, not harm you. Harm you. Why, if I'm a good person or a bad person, should I fear this powerful being? Only if I'm an evil person should I fear this powerful being. This being that cast out the bad beings, the evil beings, the wrong beings, whatever, fallen angels, whatever you want to call them. Because if the devil, Satan, Beelzebub, all the flipping names, I don't care, if they could have defeated the most powerful being, don't you think they would have done it already? Like if they had more power. That's what these people believe. The bull that they worship, the bullshit that they worship is very powerful. I don't think so. Otherwise, the things that happen wouldn't be happening. And you see it. Like the Democratic Party is screwed. The celebrities screwed. The governments around the world screwed, including our government. Religion screwed. Because it's not what I'm going to call him Enki. Enki envisioned as his creation. And I say Enki, but he could be Yahweh, he could be Elohim, he could be whatever you want it to be. Doesn't matter. You will only know the truth when you're confronted with it. Until then, like the chase, you'll believe what you want to believe. No matter what anybody says, you'll believe what you want to believe until you search for the truth, like I did. Until all you want is the truth, not the chest, not the treasure, not the fame or the glory, not any of that. Just the truth. Just what is the truth? What's the truth in all of this? What is the truth? That's all I wanted, truth. And I got the truth. And I wasn't prepared for the truth. I was not prepared for the truth. I was not prepared for it. The Did I fight against it? Did I literally fight against the truth? Yes, I did. I didn't want to believe the truth. I was like, no. Until it got to the point where the truth made me angry. Made me angry enough that I wanted my power back. I'm like, if this is the bit confirmation, if this is the BS, if this is the BS and you're not going to do nothing about it, then I want your power. I want the power of the universe. I want my power back. That's how angry I got. I want my power back. I claim it back. That's how angry I got at the truth. And I was prepared to do anything to make sure that we all lived in the truth. That everybody knew the truth. And at the moment, I'd say the percentage is rising of people who know the truth. And you know what's crazy? There was a percentage of the population that always knew the truth, and they didn't want us to know it. They had it all along, hidden away, bringing it out whenever it suited them, making changes when it didn't. Like the Yahuwah, Jesus, how he was in the world 2,000 years ago and how they talk about him now, they're two different people. He doesn't seem to have much power, doesn't seem to care much. That's what they teach now. They talk about finding God or Yahweh. Remember I talked about that being the breath. Slightly exaggerated, but there it is. A simple breath. So we're going to get back to the original, the truth, the real creation, the real Genesis, the end or the beginning, to start and finish in the same place. I think that's going to happen. We're going to start and finish in the same place, or we're going to finish and start in the same place. You see, when I was younger, I was going to write a book called The End or the Beginning. I've already told you this. And it was based on Adamski and Evelyn. And they, through all the trials and tribulations that they went through with the ending of the world, they would end up meeting and starting a new creation. But it's not the end of the world. It's the end of one matrix and the start of another matrix. It's just the end of one way of life and the start of another way of life. Not the end of the world. A bit like the Mayans and the calendars. Not the end of the world. It's just the end of this year and the start of the next year. Whilst it's finished and done with, doesn't mean to say everything is done with. And I wanted it to take place in a world that didn't need to be destroyed and restarted. So I decided, let's co-create. Let's send in the antivirus software. Let's defrag the system. Let's do all of these things just in context of what you'll understand. Let's not strip the whole program and start again. Let's keep the program and take out all the bad stuff. Quarantine it or remove it, depending on how they are, wherever they decide, or take all of it and put it in another program and let it run over there out of the way. And let all the bots and all the Trojans and all the trolls and all the worms and all the just interact with each other. Seems fair to me. Like, why destroy the earth, or why take the good off the earth and put them somewhere else when heaven's already here? Heaven's already here. Heaven on earth is already here. If we want it to be, it's already here. So we'll take out the evil, leave the good, and create heaven here, which is already here, as long as people believe it and want it and work for it. And I don't mean physically work for it. I mean internally work for it. Love you, love everything about you, and love everyone around you. And let them do what they want. It's their world. It's their school. Let them do what they lead. As long as they're not hurting you. As long as they're not hurting you, let them do what they want. Let them have their little tryst. Let them have their little orgies. Let them do their little whatever, bank raid or whatever it is. Whatever it is. It's not your problem. As long as it doesn't affect you, it's not your problem. All you need to do is say, look what's happening. Look what's happening. Shine a light. That's what it's for. That's what the term is. If you're a light worker, shine a light. Shine a light. The spark inside you, shine a light. Whoever the divine is. And say, look what's going on. And then it's up to the divine to decide what is a sin. You don't know. I don't know. Because it's all bull. You cannot learn. You cannot learn. We're here to learn. You cannot learn without studying maths, physics, geometry, history, humanity, economics, English, whatever language it is. You have to learn it all. You have to learn it all. Even if you don't like it, you have to learn it. But it's better if you choose to learn it, not have it forced on you. Like, this is my curriculum. This is what I want to learn. This is what I want for my life. This is what I want to learn in my life. This is how I want my life panned out. These are the things I want to do. Let them do it. As long as it doesn't affect you, let them do it. Do not judge. He who has not sinned, cast the first stone. Stop judging people. Stop trying to be like people. Be yourself. Be the best you can be. Be the best you, and maybe other people want to be you. But don't worry if they don't. Don't worry if they like you. Don't worry if they agree with you or not. It doesn't matter. If you're happy with who you are, what it is that you think, what it is that you do, that's up to you. There's only one judge. There's only one judge. And trust me, they'll let you know if you've gone too far. And if you've gone too far and you've upset someone else, and they tell them, they won't judge you. They'll just tell them. And you'll still get judged. But you can go on your merry way, do all the things that you want to do without a care in the world, because you're not here to worry. You're here to learn. That's it. That's it. You're not here to work hard. You're not here to struggle. You're not here to be anybody's slave, unless you want to be somebody's slave. If you want to be somebody's slave, great. Go ahead and go for it. Great. And don't worry about what other people think. It's fuck all to do with them. If you want to be led around, walking down the street on your hands and knees with a lead, that's up to you. It's up to you. It doesn't matter. Nobody else could give a monkeys. Nobody else should give a monkeys. That's how you want to live this life. But don't expect people to pander to you. If you want to be a cat, be a cat. But don't expect the world to treat you as a cat. Because if they treat you as a cat, then you can't drive. You can't ride a bike. And people, oh, can. How many cats do you see riding bikes? Don't think it's that wise, to be fair. I know they probably can, but I don't think it's that wise. But they're certainly not entitled to drive a car, or a motorbike, or a train, or be sat in a seat in a plane. They'd have to go in the cargo hold. So be careful what you flipping wish for. If you want to go around saying you're a cat, then the world will treat you like a cat. And you'll be put in a cargo hold and left there with all the luggage, or wherever it is they put cats, or dogs, or whatever. Whatever it is you want to be. That's how you will be treated by the rest of the people. Not going to judge you. Not going to judge you. You want to do that, fine. But you'll be treated like one. They're not going to say you're stupid. They're not going to say, well, that's weird. They'll say, okay, this is how a cat lives. Here's your food in a bowl of milk and some cat food. If you want to be treated like a cat, I don't know. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. So, no one's going to judge you. Do what you want. Be what you want. Learn the lessons you want. God will judge, whatever that is. You'll be treated by the way that you behave, the way that you think, whatever. And yet no one's going to say, well, I think you're crazy thinking that. The eye drops. Uh-oh, what have I missed? There's one interview that's very interesting. Something about organs very telling. In fact, I think it's on Jack's New Mexico interview. I don't know what that is. I missed all that. Telling. Was that about the eye drops? I think they had an express pass to the other side of the ice wall. Those might. Ooh. So Bird went across there, didn't he? And he took pictures and said how wonderful and nice it was. The water and everything, and the land, and how many minerals they had there, and all sorts of stuff about what's happening over there. And yet, no planes go across there, do they? I wonder why that is. Jack only has 2 videos. It's not confirmation bias. It's the other one. There you go. What's going on today? Nothing. I'm going soon, Trusted. Thank you very much. Just wondering about whether you really are a trusted living or whether you are doing the Forrest and saying, can you remember how Forrest used to say, oh, I'm just going to water the trees. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do that. And every time you come on, you're going to do some gardening. I'm just messing. How are you, Trusted? Aztec warriors. Well, you've got Eric the Viking, haven't you, as well? Like, he went across the land bridge, blah, blah, blah. Supposed to have come into America. You know, we say that Christopher Columbus discovered America, but there were hundreds and hundreds of people that went there before him. So, and the arrows and all of that, I can't remember what it's called. I talked about it before, but can't remember now. Is not what we were told in regards to how many thousands of years. In my opinion, Forrest Fenn was very ill towards the end of his life, and he hid it so well. Yeah, must have been the people he's hanging around with. I'm sure he hid it in a big, bold place. A place that is overlooked. Oh, not in New Mexico. A cat would be perfect. Oh, I love it. I have 2 trusts so I can keep living. Oh, you got 3. You've got Trusted and 2 other trusts. That makes 3 trusts. It's got to, because you've got trust in your name. Richard, hello. How are you? Well, I came on early, so nobody came in to chat, and it doesn't seem to make much difference because there's 6 people here in this space. Because like nobody in England seems to come here, like Paul does, I suppose, but no Tarantula Spider Woman that was here, no Jonathan from wherever, Brit Chaser, and some other English people that used to be on, So I thought, well, I'll come on early in the morning then. Well, not early in the morning, but early in your morning. It's actually 5:21 here, or 17:22. Why did they call it a plane if it flies around a sphere? Hmm. I was thinking about this the other day. Because when you get on the plane and you take off, and then you go to Australia, you go upside down to land in Australia. You don't, do you? So how does that work? Like, I take off at England. Can't do it, but that's the circle. I take off at England, and then I go down to Australia, and I have to land in Australia because it's upside down. I should be upside down when I land, but I'm the right way up. So at what point does the plane not be upside down? Like Australia must be up there for the plane to land like that. Take off like that and land like that. Because once it goes around the globe, then it's upside down. And then it lands the right way up. Upside down. Weird, isn't it? And the people underneath are walking upside down. Here's the earth. There's the legs walking the right way up. And then you go all the way down. And when you get down here, you're upside down. And there's your legs. Climb all the way back up. And you're upside up. Upside down. Upside up. How does that work? I don't know. Trusted had lots of, but yeah, Trusted had lots of booty. He's rich. I bet he's doing crypto and everything. Sometimes you're on a plane going to the plains, just having a plain old time. Yes. But how can it be plain sailing? Because a ship sails, a plane doesn't sail. But it's plain sailing. Maybe something to do with this admiralty law and the other law that I keep forgetting. The earthly law stuff. Like the maritime stuff and the flipping. Because they come up some weird rules and regs. Captain Kidd, if you're in the wood, you could plane it. No, that'd be on the wood or playing it. That'd be on the wood, not in the wood. I get poverty amounts of money, but it works because my booty isn't saddled. Saddled. Yeah, let's not talk about trusted booty. Otherwise, we'll start talking about thongs and stuff, and it's just weird. Very true. Uh-oh, we've been retracted. Excuse me. My nose is running, and I'm not going to chase it. I can't be bothered to chase my nose. I don't know why it's running, but it's pretty quick. So, I'm just saying, for the sake of argument, Troy Barlow, shut the F up. You don't know what you're talking about. My soul is not, repeat, not what you think it is. As many times as I've told you. Just because you say it's my soul, it's not. It's just teaching you how to read the poem. My soul is open the book to the poem, read the poem with a little imagination. It tells you where the chest is. Close the book. Tell Forrest, not searching anymore, and you're not going to America. If you have a disability, tell him he'll get it for you, he says. But he also says, trust no one, not even me. So Forrest knew what I knew. Whether he knew that I was telling him as part of the soul, only he can tell you that. But he was pissed for some reason, even though he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been pissed. And that thing in the chest that the finder liked, and I can tell you exactly when it got to 10 million. I can tell you exactly where the chest was. Well, I have told you where the chest was. And it's got nothing to do, but you can still find it doing that, but that's not how it's found. You can still find it moving the words and that, but you don't have to. You just have to read the poem. Not in the way that it was written, but in your imagination. Like maybe the first draft. Because the first draft is too easy, simple. See how it works. Like if you saw how it was written, the first draft, let's look at it this way, and I'm definitely going. The first draft is telling you where the chest is. Like the first draft is the name of the place where the chest is. And the poem written around that. And when you read the first draft, you're like, oh, there it is. That's where it is. So Douglas Preston knows exactly where it is, or was. When you read it like that, you're like, oh, I'm going to find that. And then you change it. And then you tell people that this poem, if the 9 clues are followed precisely, will lead you to the treasure and the end of the rainbow. And you believe that if you follow that poem the way that it's written, you'll find a chest. But really, he didn't say that. He said word for word. If you follow it precisely, simple, right, straight, all those words mean the same thing. So basically, he said, I wrote a poem, and then I changed it. And if you believe these words are going to lead you to that chest, you won't find it where you're looking. Something like that. I mean, that might not be exact how it is, but that's how it is. Response to Mario. Just a simple English saddle and a couple sawhorses. Sawhorses or sawhorses? And a workshop. I thought it meant sitting on a saddle with a horse because his bum hurt and he had to sit on his handkerchief and sit up a bit. Has anybody seen an X anywhere on the treasure map poem? Has anybody seen an X anywhere on the treasure map poem? I think people have talked about that. Just like they talked about the big C. Not water sea. Just a giant F. Trusted and your trusted broom handle. Uh-oh. Witchy stuff. That reminds me of Only Fools and Horses. When Trigger says, oh, I got an award from the council for looking after my broom. I've had the same broom for 17 years, something like that. He says, no. Anyway, a fair few years. And they're like, yeah. He's like, yeah. It's only had so many new brushes and so many new handles. It's not the same flipping broom then, is it? I can't remember what you call them. Staves? What's it called a piece of wood? Anyway, it's had like 7 new brush heads and so many new handles. It's not the same brush. Not the same brush. How do you say foo, F-U, in ancient Hebrew? Trust me, my friend. Oh. Big Y. My brother Sylvester. What's he got? No brooms other than to sweep the shop. No mushroom-powered brooms at all. Lily, hello, my long-lost friend. Oh, long-lost friend. Hope you're doing well. Obtuse. Oh, no. Obtuse angles. Or angels. But angles. Angles? Yes, Angles. Yes, miss you. I pop in every once in a while, but Chase is over. Chase isn't over. Chase isn't over. The mushroom heads take no steak. Steak. He's called a steak. He did say that he went all in and she could get the vacuum cleaner. I wonder why that was when they were all locked in. The only X that I could find on Ben's treasure poem map was Ben's. What's going on now? The only X I could find on Ben's treasure poem map was in the state named New Mexico. I think it's there in spirit. You want about Forrest Fenn's or Ben's? I think you made a slip up there, Mr. Hercules. Hope you're doing well. I agree. It's been a long while. Sorry, I'm multitasking and using voice recognition. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I do not recognize that Bruja. The Bruja? Is that the letter J? My brother. My Bruja. Bruja. I still have my great, great, great. That must be Odin. You must be a descendant of Thor. I still have my great, 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 great hammer. The handle was replaced 3 times and the head once. Isn't that what I just said? It's not the same thing. I love it when people say that, though. I still have such and such a thing, and it's basically been replaced because every part of it is new. That's like saying I still have my first car. It's had 4 new wheels, a new chassis, a new body, a new blah blah blah, new seats, new everything, new steering wheel, new gear stick, new. Oh, it's not the same car then. The witch that is. Wonder if it was. Oh, there's more than one witch. There were 3 witches. I'm melting. I'm melting. The wizard. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. If ever was, there was. Wonder if it was the one that chased Peter off a cliff. Oh no. What was he doing on Cliff Richard? That cliff. Get off of cliff, you. I used to sell vacuum cleaners. I nearly fell for that because I was going to say, yeah, I had a point in my, or a time in my life, a point in my life will do. A point in my life where I was selling Kirby vacuum cleaners. Man, what a con that was. But it's weird finding all the tools that they could use on that. So I was like, what? Are you serious? But for how much it cost, shut up. Edgar Hoover. You can't call it Hoover. It's a trade name. Believe it or not, Richard, it was called The Rainbow. Yeah, I was talking about a different poem. Oops. It's not too late for oops, is it? It's never too late for oops. Never too late for oops. Oops is always good. Always comes before the hoop. The hoop? Well, after the hoop. If you're jumping through hoops, you're going to end up with oops. Rainbow. Rainbow Warrior. That reminds me. I wonder where that boat is. That Cleopatra Moon. And how much gold there is on there. And where it's moored now. I've just seen the rainbow and then that reminded me of Warrior. Which is me. Mars, the warrior. Or Mario, the warrior. Or Maria, Mary. Or even the martyr. Or even the M from the mother. Gaia. With G, male. Like it's all in front of our faces and we just don't see it, do we? It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like 13. It's in your money. Money, money. It used water. It used water as its filter instead of a vacuum bag. A highly efficient machine for its time. Very efficient, but very expensive. But there is a lot of inventions that have been hidden from us because they are too good for us and not too good for the people with the fuel. But there were electric vehicles ages ago, weren't there? And then they got taken away. And that bloke that invented the water stuff was got rid of too. Because it didn't benefit these people with oil. Oil. Like if I had to, I could find out the names and everything again, but it's not worth it. Hercules, I have used one. No filters, just dirty water. I know some. What, a Kirby? They still got them, have they? Wow. Mind you, nowadays they don't last flipping 2 minutes, bloody cleaners. Everything's designed to break, really, to be fair. It's made so it lasts, a little bit of time, and then it starts to knacker just as you get the new version. Like, well, computers are the same. It's weird. So they get an updated computer and they tell us, oh, this much memory and this much doodah and this much. Then they put the operating system on, which takes up a load more. Then you load some apps, which obviously, take up more space now because they've got better stuff and better graphics and everything. And it all takes up megabytes or gigabytes or terabytes or whatever. And then before you know it, it's already full. But luckily enough, because it's not operating as well as it is, because that's the way it's designed, you're able to buy the new updated version because it's come out. They work it so well. Yeah, as long as you cleaned the separator that separated the water from the air, the thing would last pretty long. It was a really good machine. That's what I did door to door. That's what I did door to door sales. And I was like, no, can't do this anymore. Can't do this. It just seemed like so much money. I could work out that it was good. I suppose if you still got it now, then it's cheaper than buying like a 200 whatever pound, dollars, whatever they cost, vacuum cleaner every blooming year or two. My coffee should be done cooking by now. What, you make your coffee cook for you? That's a terrible thing, Trusted. You slave driver. You do the cooking for your coffee next time. Oh, I don't suspect a thing. How about the effing bells? They got rid of those. Yes, they did. And they got rid of the churches and made them into worship places as opposed to healing places. And all these fine architectural designs that you see on the outside of buildings in this impossible stone, and they tell you that these people built these buildings, a couple hundred years ago, and etched away all of these beautiful pieces of architecture, and they built it so high, and they had all of these God ratio flipping moments and whatever else, all those other things that they did, and the flowers and the sounds and whatever it is that we know now, we see as tech. What was it the other day? Oh, it doesn't matter. Ring his bell. You can ring my bell. Well, see, I know I did things about the bell, but didn't he say in 1,000 years? Ring my bell. Loud enough for me to hear. Oh no, that's Quasimodo. His name rings a bell. Notre Dame. Something important about Notre Dame as well. But I'll leave that for another time. Very important. Not, shouldn't be ignored. 1,000 years. Ah, Richard said it there. 1,000 years from now. But when is now? This is an issue, isn't it? There is no such thing as now. Like by the time I say now, we've already moved on to something else. So now's already gone. Like now, oh, it's gone. Now, oh, gone again. It's not now anymore. Now was when I said now. And now we're into another now, a different now than the now that I just said was now. So when is now? There is no now. We are only in the moment, in the point in time that is present in front of us and around us and all in within us. We are in the present, the gift of life that we have been given. That is why it's called a gift. Because it's the present. We are in the present. We are in the gift. My soul is in the gift of a shell, which is a vehicle. And I am the delivery system for the soul that is inside me. I am the temple, the home, the house, the skin of brown. Because we are all brown, apart from albinos. The healing, yes, indeed. Well, we say Tartarian, tarts. Let's just call them tarts because they sound very sweet. So I don't know for sure if it was the tarts or the Atlanteans or the Sumenemnarians or the Anunnakis or the blah 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 blahs, because we're lied to about the timescales of all these things. So we'd have to do some of that carbon dating. Like, you know, I like girls, but I don't want to date a carbon. I don't know. I don't know. What does a carbon look like? Anybody dated a carbon? Do some carbon dating. Ampersand. Amps and milliamps. I've had terabytes. Ow. And gigabytes. Both involving ooh, I don't know about that. I've been bitten in terror and I've giggled a bit by being bitten, but not with ice cream. Wow to now. Oh, wow. Now. How now, brown cow? How now? Over the moon. The cow jumped over the moon. I think the delivery system has a couple of outdated parts that need replacement. Are we still talking about the vacuum cleaner? Well, Mom, yes, or 303. Or 303, or some other stuff. That was part of the chase as well. The wow. You might You might want to watch the movie Brotherhood of the Bell. I might. No, I don't. No, but I might. Why? What's it about? Don't tell me. It's about three bells. And they set up a cult. And to join a cult, you have to have a hunchback. Talking about you, Mario. Oh. I think the delivery system has a couple of outdated parts that need replacement. This is an original. This is the blueprint. There's no other copies. I mean, I know people are trying to copy it, but there ain't none. This is it. Now that it's worn, it's done. It's finished. Kaput. Trusted. Is it a good movie? Come on, Trusted. You're keeping us in suspenders here. Or at least garters. It's a secret society where an oath must be pledged to the bell. Oh, right. Taco Bell. For the food, glorious food, we pledge. We pledge to the Taco Bell. Yes, the bell is impotente. I would bet that the story. Oh, Hercules, love it, love it. Yes, yes. There would be a resounding tone to that, I should think. Ding, 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 ding. It's good and it's free on YouTube. There you go. But you could just tell us what happens. Does the bell win? Hey Tigger, how you doing? Does the bell win? The Brotherhood of the Bell. But what happens? Like in most of them, you have to make a pledge to like an evil being or someone. Otherwise, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, they're going to come and get you. Like it's going to be hard for a bell to sneak up on someone. Like ding, ding. Look, is that the bell coming? Yes. Hey, Hercules is on form today. Tigger, he's got you. He's got you. Hammer and tongs, or at least hammer anyway. Ding, 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 ding. Was that? I like that. Does someone get saved by the bell? Trusted? Oh, the confirmation there. Somebody does get saved by the bell, apparently. According to my confirmation ding dongs of spirit, somebody gets saved by the bell. I don't know how that works. How do you make a pledge to a bell? Oh, what did it do? You know what happens if you go against the bell? They use you as the hammer on the inside. So they hang you upside down, and then all the people in the cult or wherever it is, they get on the ropes, and then they ring the bell by you going ding, ding, ding. If you go against the bell. Bell ringers remind us. Yes, the bell turns out to be a bad bell. A bad bell? Oh no. Not a blue bell, but a bad bell. The bell turns out to be a bad bell. But I still don't see how a bell's going to sneak up on you. I like bell bottoms. I don't mind their tops either. Oh, not lady bells, just bell bottom trousers. But I do like their tops. After their bell was rang wrong. After their bell was wrong, they got saved by the bell. Isn't that a program? An American program? Or apple tushies? I don't know what that means. Or apple bums. Apple bottoms. Apple tushies. I believe Forrest taught me that that's called a clanker. I thought it was a hammer. Well, it is a clanker. It's also a hammer and something else. Because Forrest used those nails, didn't he? Or something. He made some bells and he used those. Was it those nails? Those studs from the truck of that warrior type thingamajiggy soldier? Matador, not Matador, whatever it's called. One of them. He used them things, didn't he, in them? The clangers. Clangers! They're on the moon, aren't they? Clankers? I thought they were clangers. Believe. I believe in bell buttons. Bell buttons. Ah, they're umbilical. Ah, belly buttons are umbilical. That's a very true statement. It's a very true statement. Like if you undo the belly button, do you just like balloon? That'd be something, wouldn't it? And people don't have belly buttons. Hmm. Hmm. People don't have belly buttons. That's weird, isn't it? Don't have a belly button. Like that, I think that freaked me out. Well, I know it's not bad. Well, it doesn't have to be bad, but it just freaked me out because I'd expect to see a belly button. If I saw a girl in a bikini, I'd expect to see a belly button. If there wasn't a belly button, I'd be like, oh, that's a clunker. Yes, Southern women are bells. I like bells. I like Southern women. I like the accent. Well, I say I like Southern women. I like the accent of Southern women. Even though, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's a clunker. A clunker. What's a clunker? Them things on the moon? No, they're clangers. I'm sure they're clangers. Most women make my ears ring, so I guess I could call women bells. Yeah, but that's because you keep doing silly things and they go, oh. Washers have ringers. Yes, they do. It's called a spin dryer. Imagine all the people. Imagine being the first person to find out that you have to cut the umbilical cord. I wonder if the first humans were like 50 years old, still connected to their mum. Yeah, it's all strange, isn't it? It's all weird and wonderful. Like the things that you think. It's like, hang on a minute. Like, well, we're going to have to cut this. So first you've got to worry about the lady that's having the baby, and then you've got to worry about the baby itself. And then you think, okay, we'll cut it because we have to separate them. And you're holding on to it, however you're holding on to it. And then you go, how the bloody hell do you put a knot in this? Do you know how to knot this up? Like, what's the first knot? A belly knot. Can you imagine it though? Like without any. How'd you tie a knot in this? Fine. Oh, it's stretchy, isn't it? Just like skin. And how do you know that the bit that's left, like the placenta or whatever they call it, like you don't just tug at it and try and get it all out? It's not coming out. Ow, stop that. Yeah, that's weird. Or they just had little pegs, little clips, excuse me, that you put on. Like you hung the baby up to dry on a peg. Right, don't lose that peg, otherwise off it goes. Yes, it's weird. But like I say, people talk about the chicken and the egg, but we're all eggs. All of us are eggs. And even the egg, it's like they tell us that the baby starts with two cells. It's like, well, where did the egg go? Like the sperm. Shit, where's the egg? Like that. Oh. And there's thousands of them. Get off, get off, get off, get off. And then they find the egg. Like, where does the egg go? Because then there's only two cells. Like, finds the egg. Oh, I found the egg. Great. And then the egg disappears. And there's two cells and it starts to grow. Well, what happened to the egg? I know what happens to the egg with the chicken and the inside, but what happens to the egg in the human? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not human. The dogs chewed them off. Yeah, but you have to put a knot in it. I can't see the dogs putting a knot in a belly button. Hang on. Let me just put a knot in this belly button. I have a girl named Bella. Yes, I have a granddaughter named Isabella. Isabella, not a Bella. Oh, why don't they call girls not a Bella if there is a Bella? Like if you can have Isabella, you should have not a Bella either. It is a Bella, it's not a Bella. That's how I see it anyway. Ah, Red Manchu must be the brother of Fu Manchu. I shouldn't be laughing. That's terrible, but funny as hell. We wouldn't have known you were laughing if you hadn't put it out there. Like, you could have laughed as much as you wanted, and nobody would have known. None of us would have gone, how dare you laugh at that? Which I'm going to do now. How dare you laugh at that? It's not funny. Ah, even that, Santa. Santa, Jesus, same thing. Ho, 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 and a bottle of rum. Merry Christmas. No, Bella. No, Bella. Is that what you say? No, Bella, no. Stop writing on the wall. Ah, the writing's on the wall. If you're Jehovah, see, even that, like, it's impossible. Like, the J wasn't around, so how do you get Jehovah? But then if you use the J as a H, why do you need a H? So, Jehovah. Like, there wasn't a J until the 15th century or the 16th century or whatever it bloody is. I don't care. 1564, 24, whatever. Like, if there was no J, there's no Jehovah. It's impossible. And you can't even be a Jehovah's Witness, which is also Mason's bullshit. Or Mormons or whatever it is. It's like, no, there's no J. Like, I don't think people realise just how important the no J is. If there's no J, there's no John, there's no Judas, there's no Jesus, there's no James, there's none of all those people. Because there's no J. It didn't exist. Greek or otherwise. It didn't exist. It didn't exist. It only exists when James came along and went, what we're going to call these people? I know. We've got this letter J. Let's make up some names. Like the English name, Matthew. Oh, it was Matthew. I said John. But it was Matthew that's the original name, the real name. But Mark, Luke, and John, or whatever, they're English names. They didn't come around until King James decided that we're going to write the English version of the Hebrew Bible and then put in these names that begin with J. It's like, what? Are you serious? That can't be right. Like, these names didn't exist. And when they did, they existed in England, not in bloody Egypt or wherever it is. Jerusalem. It's like, what are you talking about? That's pathetic. So we're calling God, who's around since the very beginning of time, a name with a letter that didn't exist until 1524. What? That don't seem right. So obviously the name before Jehovah, the name before Jesus, the name before John, James, whatever it is, James, whatever it is, doesn't matter. It's bullshit. It's like, it makes me laugh that people can believe obvious bullshit. You can't be called Jehovah. It just can't happen. Can't happen. Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, it doesn't matter. The J didn't exist. It was not to be found anywhere until King James went, even his name, James, even his name didn't exist until it was made up. And this King James was not a very nice person. And he's the person that we're going to believe wrote a holy book about the goodness of life. It's like, don't. Crazy people. Crazy. Anyway, what was I going to say? If you're Jehovah Witness, you don't have to ever worry about Christmas. They don't anyway. They're all devil worshippers. Devil. You're kidding me. No, even Xmas, there's a reason why that is there for as well. For you, and you. The reason why there's an X there. There's a reason why there's an X for mass. There's a reason. The cheap parents in the ghetto join the Jehovah's Witness Church. Then they don't have to buy Christmas for their... Well, they probably don't have to buy Easter either. Either. You say tomato when I say tomato. My ghost name is Annabelle. Oh. What ghost name can I have? Nope, nothing coming. And a shoe. And a shoe, as well as no Jack. No Jack. No Jack. No Jack either. No, no Jack. It's all fake and bull and don't mean nothing. No jays or blunts. No blue jays. No, 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 no birds called jays. Like there was not a blue jay anywhere to be found because jay didn't exist. So there was just a blue a blue a blue A. When there's a rewrite of history that takes place, if you don't question, you're just another sheep in the herd. Yes. So it's like people say, oh, well, the Hebrews did this, this, and this. But there was, ooh, go back to the beginning. If you get lost, go back to the beginning. Well, the Hebrews wasn't the beginning. It just wasn't the beginning. It wasn't the beginning. So the beginning that we have, if you say the Hebrews is the beginning, excuse me, confirmation, theirs could be a rewrite of what came before. There's nothing to say that what the Hebrews wrote is correct. It's just right. You believe what you want to believe because there it is in front of you, and whatever the answer is that you want, that's the answer that your brain will give you. But if the King James has just made some pig's ear of what the Hebrews wrote, the Hebrews could have made a pig's ear of what the Sumerians wrote. The Sumerians could have made a pig's ear of what the Anunnaki wrote, and the Anunnaki, whatever it is. But if you get lost, go back to the beginning. So the beginning, there has to be a beginning. And then you have to question why, which is why I say go to the Vatican. Mr. Pope, go to the Vatican, open it up, tell us the truth, because we know the truth, and it's not the bullshit that you've left accidentally, some of it, you've left for the truth seeker to seek out and find the treasures that are hidden in plain sight, which means you, my friend, you, Mr. Pope, you and your Jew friends have a lot of explaining to do. And when I say Jew friends, I mean Jew and friends of those people, which is why it is very weird, very weird, weird to have the great controversy. An American Pope. An American Pope. Originally, no, but now, yeah, okay. Okay, it's okay. We have, I don't know, an agenda. We run the whole world. It don't matter anymore because we did it, but you didn't. You didn't. You thought you had. You celebrated. You did all what you needed to do, and you thought everything's good, but you didn't do it. And time has run out. Let's have a look. I've missed some. Oh no, Nero, Caesar. They're all to blame. There it is, 13. Oh, no cornucopia for me. Gets poo. Yeah, how about the 13-month calendar? Yeah, another thing there. And the supposed horoscope stuff. And but there's no way they knew about the stars and the heavens and the planets there's no way. There is no way. Unless they weren't as daft as they were made out to be. Et tu, Brute. Infamy. They've all got it infamy. The holidays do not exist. Everything's made up. Not everything's made up. Some of it's not made up. Anyone hear the term? Yes, birthing canal when it comes to, oh no, outdoor shit. I've heard birthing canal when it comes to them owning us because of the name, because of the Admiralty law bull crap that we are all water everywhere, water. Welcome to the Matrix. We've got fun and games. There were no vowels in Hebrew either. It's all made up. It's all make believe. Like, you want to believe the Bible, fine. There's a load of stuff in the Bible that the divine put in there to help the truth seeker seek out the injustice and the bullshit. Because the truth is the truth and it makes sense, and the bullshit doesn't make any sense. And yet they didn't realize that they're left in the truth. The sheep, as I said earlier, the sheep, the Passover, the feet of the sheep, as in Jesus, the head of the sheep, as in Jesus, the blood of the sheep, as in Jesus on the cross, the covering the doors, as in the blood of Christ, as in we're all saved if we cover ourselves in the blood of Christ, not in the blood of Jesus, in the blood of Christ. So, off the point again. There you go. That's how it works. Hang on, Matrix. Oh, April Fool. That's another thing. April Fools. It's changing the start of the year. It starts April Fools. You've been fooled. It doesn't start in January. It doesn't. It just doesn't. But that's the end of the year, isn't it? It's winter. It's the end of the year. It's not the beginning of the year in winter. Shut up. Don't be stupid. The beginning of the year is in spring. That's when everything starts to grow. That's the start. It's the start. It literally is the start. And winter literally is the end. Like, come on. And it's April Fool's because you've been fooled. It's not. It's not spring. It's the beginning of the year. Well, it's spring, but it's the beginning of the year. It's not 3 months into the year. That's just crazy. That's just crazy way of thinking. So, what did Hebrew? Yes, Hebrew tea. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? On the fly. Tea, the truth. Hebrew tea. T, the T. We're missing the T. A, E, I, O, U. I sometimes cry. Do you realize the things you say? At the time of Moses, who was a pharaoh, at the time of Moses and before the language was pictures, so there was a residue of original writings by first looking at the nouns. Oh no, Forrest looked up all the nouns in the poem. No. What the heck is that? Can you hear that? That sounds like a dog struggling. By first looking up all the nouns. Yes, he looked up all the words, especially the nouns. Nouns. You don't owe me. Well, he took it out of the chest, so somebody owes somebody. I love all my true friends. I mean Jew friends. Jew. Must be called Julie. Whoa, Julie. It can't be a Jew. It can't be a Jew. The letter J wasn't around until 1524. How were you called a Jew? Those Jews that are around now that run the world probably came about in 1524 or whenever J came about. Otherwise, they're a who or a whatever word, a you. They're a you. You and you. And you. It can't be. Stop it with all these J's. It's just stupid. It's stupid. My you friends. Excuse me. Jew is a deceptive abbreviation of brb. Okie dokie. Moses wrote the Torah as a plan, not as a remembrance. I don't even remember it. He got a blueprint. Are we live? I mean, evil. Yes, we are live and evil. And what's the other one? Vile. We are vile too. Evil is vile. Vile is evil. Any more? And we live and live and live and let live. My dyslexia sometimes, dang it, dang it, dang it. Limp foul, 4-1. When they decided to change that, they came up with the April Fools because it was for all of the idiots that still thought that April 1st was the first of the year. They were humiliated, but it was the first of the year. And that's why they were humiliated. And it's not 4-1. It's all for one and one for all. No, it's not 4-1. It's 1-4. It's the 1st of April, not the April of the 1st. Each the first day of the 4th month of the 2025th year. Makes absolutely no sense unless you just want to confuse a whole load of people. It's 1-4, 1-4, 1-4, 1-4. Spring is the first season. Capitan, Capitan. LOL, LOL. Flood. Hey Jude, don't look so sad. Take this Maz song and make it better. Fenn, put it under your skin. The Homer Brown can make things better. I'm sorry, I just had to say something like that. With all the rewriting of history, did you ever wonder what Hitler had against the New World Order? Well, I seem to have this feeling deep within my bones that it was all planned anyway. And that Switzerland, the place of Masons, was able to, I don't know, just exist outside of everything that was happening. Because all these people that were being rich, Jews, they didn't care. Their money was safe in Switzerland. Nobody was ever going to go to Switzerland. And I don't know, ransack that place because, I don't know, they were not involved. How does that work? How does that work? You can't attack us. We're separate to everybody else. Invade the whole world, but you can't, no. We're such a tiny little country. Leave us out of it. It's got nothing to do with us. I don't think so. I think it had everything to do with Switzerland. Still does. Doesn't it? Switzerland. Doesn't it? Yeah, bagum. That's put everything in there, didn't they? Crazy. Crazy. A swastika was a Christian symbol. Who the hell is Moses? Well, no, ask Bill. He knows a lot about Moses. Could have been worse. Could have called noses. He'd stick his Moses up at you. The Three Stooges. Mo. Mo's behind. Moses. Prince Moses of Egypt. Yes, he wasn't doodah. Well, I thought he was a pharaoh, but whatever. Prince Moses of Egypt, whose father tried to turn Egypt, that big word, monotheistic. Prince Moses' tomb was found empty. Ah, it was in Montana. Empty. And nobody actually knows what happened to him. Well, yes, I think maybe. See, he couldn't have been buried because he didn't go into the land. He said, look, lads, there you go, there it is, over there, look, see it? All that milk and honey. Why was it called milk and honey? What? Loads of cows, loads of bees, what? Milk and honey? Look, I can't go in there. Like God, my mate up there, he says, I can't go in. You got to go in. You got to lead them. You got to take over them people. Tell them that, you've been sent by a higher power and you're in charge now. Go on, off you go. Off you go. I'm just going to sit here and have a look at the sunset. I'm just going to watch the birds go by and stuff like that. See them in their bikinis. Whatever. He was just going to sit there and let them go. And then, I don't know, he thought, hang on a minute. No, I've still got years in me left. I'm going to go somewhere else. It's like you spent all that time to get to the promised land. You get to the promised land and say, hang on a minute, my name's not down. I'm not going in. and you just disappear. Did God yank him out? Come out of the matrix, son. There you go. Oh, what if he came back? What if Moses came back? Let my people go, go, go. He's my brother. It's John's brother, Mario Lennon. Yes. Imagine all the people living life in Paris. I mean, peace. Back. Hello, back. Like my black grandma used to say, Moses, 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 Sasquatch, Moses. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. So, if you can agree that it doesn't make any sense, that's like making no money, isn't it? It don't make no sense. Don't make no money. If it don't make no money, we ain't going to do it. It's got to make money or we ain't going to do it. So let's set up this to make it the money. To make it the money. To make it the money. We're going to live off the material. We're going to live off the material. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. So that's how we ended up with a material girl. A material. A material. Hey, Madonna. We end up a material girl. Because when you do all of your, I don't know, thank you speeches, I'd like to thank the devil for this. 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 What? What? Don't you mean God? Oh, of course, God is the devil. And you're just telling us to our faces. You don't have to call him God. You could just call him the devil, because that's what God means. Not lying. Look it up. Look it up. G-A-D. God. Good. 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 Is that what he said? Good. Like they tell us all of the truth some of the time. But they have to tell us the truth. It has to be there. It has to be whatever the agreement was that was made that says we can fuck these people over, but we have to tell them the truth as we do it. So they can't turn around and say, well, you never told us. We didn't know. And say, yes, we did. Look, here it is. Right in front of you. Hidden in plain sight. We told you all the time. You just didn't realise, but we told you. We told you. Well, you've been told. You effed around and you found out. Two can play a different game. Ah. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Don't forget, the story says, none of the original Hebrews survived out of the wilderness, except Caleb and Jesus, Joshua. Not Joshua. It can't be Joshua. It's Yeshua. Yeshua. And he might have come to England. Mr. Yeshua of Arimathea. Listen to it's supposed to be the anthem, but it might be the hymn of England. But it's called the Anthem of England, about Jerusalem on these shores, and about Mr. D writing the angel language and all sorts of things. It says, the map of how they travelled, these people, across. Have a look. Did Mr. Arimathea man come over here? It's interesting. Very interesting. Hey Mo, where's Shem? Shem Shemalim, Shem Shemalim, Shem Shemali. That's a toll road. I told you. Well, it could be a tolled road. I told you. It's on the road to Told. Or is it Amarillo? The road to Amarillo That's the toll road that I told you, because I told you. I told you on that road. Or was it on the long journey home? The long ride home? I told you. Ah ha ha. He said there. I told you. I told you. I told you. I tell you. 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 That's all you think about. You. Was it you? Ah, that must be where they got it from. It's all about Jew. Jew. That's all you think about. Or is it you? Because there was no Jew. But it makes me laugh that they got away with it for so long because it's like, man, this is so much flipping BS. Like it's not just silly, it's impossible. Like Forrest said, it was difficult but not impossible. But this is impossible. This is like you're asking me to believe that all these people, Jesus, Jehovah, Judas, Jeremiah, blah 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 blah, whatever the J's are, James, John the Baptist. Like, where are you getting these names from? Where the heck are you getting these names from? Like, even if it's true, even if what you're telling me is true, these people didn't exist. As beings, they may have existed, but as the people that you're telling me they are, no. So who were they really? Like, what were the real names? Like, are you just copying some old history and putting in these names? Because it's bullshit. There can't be a Jesus. It's impossible. It's impossible for there to be a Jesus. Not because I don't want there to be, not because I think there isn't, but because the truth is there was no J. There wasn't. In everything that we have, there is no J. And people say, oh, well, it doesn't mean about Jesus. It's all of them. There's no John the Baptist. There's no John. There's no James. There's no Judas. There's no Jew. There's no Jerusalem. No. Stop it. It's just bull. So just put all the real names in and the real truth. Remember, fail to tell the truth, you're going to if you don't tell the truth, you're going to fail the test. And I'm talking to the Pope and those people. Just tell people the truth. You have the truth. You have it. I know you got rid of a load of it. Well, you think you did. Well, you did get rid of a load of it, but there's a load of it that's still here, that still tells the truth. But just tell people the truth. Stop with the BS, because they're going to find out. And when they find out, man, they're going to be pissed. It's better that you tell them so they're a little bit pissed than they find out that you're still hiding it, even though you've been told, asked, recommended, advised, whatever, threatened, whatever word you want to use. Whatever word you want to use. Whatever word you want to use. Just tell people the truth. Let them then decide for themselves what they want to do. And you then decide for yourself what you want to do. What's best for you? Because you're at the point now where you can have a choice of what's best for you. But remember, there's no such thing as time. Things are already set up. The longer you leave it, the worse it's going to be for you. That's it. The longer you leave it, the worse it's going to be. It's like having an ulcer or a spot or whatever it is that's infected, and thinking it's only a little, it'll be okay. I'll just put something on it and cover it up. I'll be fine. And while you ignore it, it gets bigger and it gets worse, and it gets bigger and it gets worse. And it's not just that you need to, not just that. It gets to the point where it's infected your whole body and you are screwed. And that doesn't mean your body, it means your whole livelihood and everything is kaput, finished, jack, nothing. Zilch, zero, nada. That's all you have. That's all you have. That's a lot of toes. Bullfrogs. Toads or toes? Bullfrogs. Rivet, rivet. Actually, Joshua would be spelled, oh, would be, because there are no doodahs, but that's not very whitewashed English now, is it? Yes, it's all about the whitewashing. That's how we got Mark Twain and Huckleberry Finn and the fence. Jesus or Jesus. Yeah, there's no J though in either of those. Just a Y, if at all. If there's no E and no U, then it's just YSS. Why is it that I must go? Wise. If you've been wise without the J's and found the blaze, look quickly down. Or sus EJ. It's very sus. It's very sus. Those names are English No, they're not. They're from Greek, which have nothing to do with anything. And their English translation, the English translation is written there for you by Mr. Trusted Living. It's Joshua, not Jesus. Yeshua is Joshua, not Jesus. It's only Jesus because the Greeks, who had nothing to do with nothing, they had nothing to do with Jesus. Absolutely nothing. It was all the Romans. It was Jesus done and dusted through the Romans. And it can't be Jesus because Jesus is not Yeshua. Joshua is Yeshua. Yeshua, whatever it is, however it is. And if there are no vowels, there is no Jesus. Because there is no Yeshua. As Trusted is saying. There's only JSH. Which is Jish. Or YSHW. O's a vowel. Why have we put an O there? It's just shh, 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 a bit like the breath. It's just like that. There is no, well, it's not a way because there's no E, but that's his name. In the air that I breathe and to love you. All you need for Enki, Elohim, whatever. All I need is the air that I breathe. The air that I breathe and to love you. That's all you need. Doesn't get much simpler than that. And everything else is manufactured. Everything else is manufactured. And you don't get lost in the fucking fine print. You just go, I just need to breathe. I just need to love. And I'm good. It's done. It's finished. I'm happy as Larry or Mo or whoever the other one is. Happy as Larry. Who's Larry? I'm Larry. Float, float on. Those names are English translated. I read that. I couldn't create any problems, right? Right. You're right. Jesus is the plural for than one Jesu, which is the Hebrew root word work to feed slave. Work to feed slave. No, that's wrong. To feed slave work. To feed slave work. Slave work to feed. I have a Spanish friend named Jesus. Yes, but he became Jesus in around 1500 and something. More than one Jesus. Bless you. Thank you. Why I sit that I must go. Have fun praying to Joshua. Yeah. I went through the J dilemma while learning the ancient Hebrew language. It's all a good exercise. It is. It is. A breath is a word, says Otale. It says Otale. Otale. Utterly important. Jonathan Chen is a Christian rabbi and he pronounces the names both ways. Yes, but he pronounces the names after, after, after 1524, when the King James, whose name didn't exist until J existed, rewrote what the Hebrews rewrote, what the Sumerians rewrote, what the Anunnaki wrote, or whatever it is that started, whatever started the ball rolling, and said, look, this is going to be the truth. This is going to be our truth. Now, some want to blame Set for taking out Osiris and saying, look, I'm sick and tired of being in the desert doing nothing. I want something and I'm taking it. I'm having it. It's mine. And I'm sick of you lot living the good life. I want to live the good life and it'll live it my way. And I'll do and pillage and plunder and do whatever I want and make people slaves and do whatever. And Horus, supposed to be Jesus, blah, 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 blah. Same. But at least Horus isn't a J. At least Set isn't a J. At least Osiris and Isis and everyone else isn't a J. Because it didn't exist. And Jehovah cannot be Jehovah. It can't be. HV is the best you can get from that. No J, no E, H, no O, V, no A, HV, heavy vehicle? What? You can't just make up a name and expect people to believe it. And if you believe it, why are you believing it? If there are no vowels, if there is no J, where do you get Jehovah from? The Greeks? The Romans? The English? Anunnaki? Sumerians? Hepatites, whatever those flipping people were, the Tartars, the Atlanteans, the whatever. Bull. It's all bull. But they were more technologically advanced than we were. And people are hiding that fact. But forget Jesus, forget everything else. There's a civilization more technologically advanced than we are, and they're hiding that. Why? Because they want to dumb us down. Because they want to rule over us. There's no other reason. So why do they want to? Like, what is it that we don't know? We don't know that we have our own inheritance. Every single one of us is born into a world where we can have a great world for ourselves, the best life that we can have. It's our inheritance. It's ours, our right. And they take that away from us with this birth canal, blah, 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 blah stuff. And all the false media and everything else that they feed us and the false education that we have and everything to stop us having a beautiful life. Because they're sad, evil gits. So the whole muff brown. Oh, put in below the whole muff brown. Christian rabbi. So he is twice as wrong. Yes. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Like, there's no point trying to be right in anything. Not writing. Excuse me, scratching. There's no point trying to be right in everything. Not that. No point trying to be correct in anything. Don't worry about. That's a funny glow, isn't it? It's like gone green. Everything's gone green. Oh, new order. Oh, that's what it's probably telling us. There's a new order coming. The whole new order, not the bad new order, but the good new order. There's no point trying to be right. It doesn't matter what anyone believes. It doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. Just worry about you and get in touch with whoever you want to believe in. That's it. Like, it's obvious that something is wrong, and we're not righting the wrong by believing the wrong that's been done. So, admit to yourself it's wrong, has to be wrong, based on the facts. Remember, I only give you the facts. Based on the facts, it's wrong. What we're told is wrong. So that means don't believe in it. Don't be fooled by it. Start believing in yourself. Start believing in who you are. Start questioning the type of person you are, the type of life you had. Get comfortable with who you are. At the point that you're comfortable with who you are, guess who will show up? Wherever that is, they will show up. They will talk to you. You will know them because they are you. They are part of you. It's one consciousness. The person that's in charge, remember the brain, the person that's in charge of the brain is talking to itself. And you're in it. And it's talking to you. The person that's in charge of the brain is talking to you. Remember the Call of Duty? Bloke's in there. I'm doing all this. I'm doing all this. I'm making the world a better place. I'm making the world a safer place. And then the bloke who's running the game says, hang on a minute, mate. Whoa, 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 whoa. And you're like, who said that? Who the crap said that? There's nobody here. There's no one here but me. Oh, crap. What is it you're saying? What are you telling me? Stop killing all these people? Oh, right. Stop being selfish. Stop being greedy. Stop being blah, 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 blah. They're the sort of conversations you have when you go through the dark night, which is more than one night, which is, depending on what's happened in your life, is going to take ages. And the sooner you come to terms with it, the sooner you come out of it. And that's when you start to ascend. You get from the down here and you go up. And the leaves get more and more and more and more and more. And you get higher and higher and higher and higher. And you get to the point of God and you get to the point of heaven. And then, listen, then your inner world becomes your outer world. If you're all beautiful on the inside, it's going to be all beautiful on the outside. And as above, so below. Because in the spiritual world, if you can create it in the spirit, in the imagination, if you can create it in the spirit, it becomes your reality. And they don't want you to know that. Because when you know that, you don't need them. And if you don't need them, you don't work for them. And if you don't work for them, they are screwed. So you create your own reality based on how good you are inside. And if you're good inside, if everything's beautiful inside, and you want the best for you and the best for everything around you, guess what happens? That's what you get. That's what you get. And that's what Jesus is saying. God is within us. The kingdom of God is within us. Sorry, that person that you call Jesus, I don't call him Jesus. I can't even call him God because that's the devil's name. Lord is the devil's name. Look it up. I'm not telling you a lie. I'm telling you the truth. Now, the only thing in all of this is, I can't speak for Jesus or God. They may accept that you believe that their name is Jesus and their name is God. And he may go, listen, I know you didn't know. I know you didn't know about the vowels. I know you didn't know about the J. I understand that you're calling me Jesus because confirmation, because that's who you think I am. So I accept that. He may say that. And you may be fine. Or, as he does to priests and everyone else, is, no, you're preaching it wrong. You're doing it wrong. That's not what I said, and that's not what I want you to do. Maybe he'll do that. I don't know. And I don't care. Because I haven't got to worry about you. I'm telling you, because that's the kind of person I am. Am I going to worry whether you believe me or not? No. No, not going to worry whether you believe me or not. It's the truth. You can find it out and you can do what you want with it. I don't care. I've told you. I've given you, I've given you that little bit of spark which God, your God, the God, my father and mother gave us. It's up to you whether you turn it into a fire or not. Not up to me. I cannot make you ascend. You can make you ascend. You can listen to your inner knowing. It's important to know what is worth knowing and what isn't. The truth is worth knowing. If the truth is, and it is, that there is no J, then someone is lying. If the truth is that Lord is the devil, if the truth is that God is the devil, if the truth is that you're worshipping the wrong fucking thing, then that's the truth. I don't need to make up anything. I don't need to convince you of anything. It's just the truth. Then you can choose what you want to do with that truth. Do I care what you do? No. Is it better for everybody if everybody's of high vibration? If everybody is worshipping the same energy, then it's all good. And I don't care what you call that energy. I don't care whether you call it God. I don't care whether you call it Jehovah. I don't care whether you call it whatever. I know it can't exist. I know it can't. You can know whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want. And that's up to you and whatever entity you believe in. Not me. I'm not going to judge you. I'm just going to tell you the truth. What you choose, that's up to you. Choose what's up to you. It doesn't matter to me. If you were my family, it still wouldn't matter to me. If you were my lover, it still wouldn't matter to me, because that would mean I'd have to judge you. That would mean I'd have to decide if you're a good person or a bad person based on what I believe. I don't give a shit what I believe about you. You believe what you believe about you. I'll believe what I believe about me. And we'll go through this world together believing what we want to believe. I'm not going to try and convince you to do anything. Do what you want. But trust me when I say, those are the lies. Those are the lies. What you want to do with knowing the lies is up to you. I'm not going to put you in any other direction than those are the lies. And there are more that I've already given. There are more lies that I've already given. If they are lies, why are they lies? And what do you need to know about the other lies? And what other lies are there that keeps you in whatever environment you're in? Because trust me, you don't have to be in that environment. And the Most High God, separate to God, the Most High is going to prove it for the last time that He has all the glory, all of it. And there's nothing anyone can do, nothing. And all of those lies will be exposed to all of us. All the lies will be exposed to all of us. And we will then make the decision. You will have been judged. Either way, you'd have got your dharma, you'd have got your karma, you will have been judged, you'll be given whatever there is, and you will make the decision. You can either believe the bullshit that's going to come up, the same bullshit that I've just been talking about. These people are going to lead you down a path. Or you can resist the lies and choose the truth. And that's up to you. Because there's going to be a split. There's going to be those people that want to stay the same, that want to follow the technology, that want to follow man. And there's going to be those people that want to follow the Most High God. That's just the way that it is. Like you're going to be told, if you get this chip, it's going to make things easier for you. You'll be attached to this, you'll be attached to that. We'll get you digital banking. We'll have access to all your funds and everything and blah, 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 blah. And it'll be so much easier for you to go out and do your shopping and stuff. All of this. And you'll be linked to them and they'll be able to control you. Or you can stay separate from it and believe that there's a higher power who wants to prosper you, not harm you, as opposed to these people who just want to rule you. And you'll only be ruled for so long because they won't need you to work. AI will do it. Then they don't need you anymore. And there'll be, oh, I don't know, some sort of another disease, which anytime soon, by the way, the WEF will announce, oh, 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 in our crystal ball, we've seen blah, 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 like coronavirus. Because they're all in bed with each other. Nothing is new under the sun. These people get together and they discuss which country is going to fuck their people ever more. If you believe that Africa is a country with only mud huts and whatever else, you don't know the truth. You haven't seen the buildings. If you think that it only became, the metropolises that they have because of recent, infrastructure and that, nope. And you have to question why the Ethiopian Bible is different than ours. How is that possible? If it's a direct translation of the Hebrew version and the Ethiopian Bible is part of the Hebrew version, then surely it should be the same. Like if there's only one scripture and you're copying that scripture, if I took the Forrest Fenn poem and said, right, here it is, copy that, and you copy it, it's going to be the same. And somebody else copies it, it's going to be the same. Somebody else copies it, it's going to be the same. But if you're saying, here's the Forrest Fenn poem, and it says, begin it under the moon of love, and somebody says, begin it beneath the arches, and somebody else says, begin, it's like, what? No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. But whoever has those versions will believe that their version is correct. And will try to solve it with that information. So I'll leave it there. I know what I'm saying. Fascinating. Sermon on the Mount. Oh, that had something important. Enneagram personality is good material. It has 9 clues. Basic personalities, vices are the 7 deadly sins. Plus 2 additional. It's great material. I charted the Sermon on the Mount with it. Woo! Cool. Clearly was used to create Sermon on the Mount. Ancient Hebrew meaning of Mount is man's personality. Listen, the whole talk is about within. Forget everything that you believe. The whole talk is just about within. Like how you become a better person. That's all Jesus wanted. He didn't want followers. He wanted loads of leaders. He wanted you to be the best leader you could be of yourself. Trust in yourself. Know thyself. It's the most important thing that was said. Know thyself. Because when you know yourself, the only way to the Father is through the Son. You are the son or the daughter or whatever. You choose to ascend to that point that you know the Father. The one consciousness. Sophia and all the others, or whatever it is, whoever. Whether it's Gaia, whether it's chaos, that was the original, whether it's flipping Saturn, whether it's flipping Ops and Kronos and all of those others. Who gives a flying fuck? It doesn't matter. What matters is you've been lied to, you can have a better life. Go within, find yourself, find the one power that can get you out of the shit that you're in and have a better life. That's it. And it doesn't matter what anybody else believes. That's up to them. But as long as you're worried about everybody else, as long as your ego beats you down and makes you want to do things that you shouldn't be doing, then you're fucked. Don't give a shit about anybody else. Do what's best for you. Not in an egotistical way, not in a narcissistic way, not in an evil way. Do what's best for you to give you your best life and for everything around you, whether it be a dog, a cat, a bee, an owl, whatever. Doesn't matter. Just live a good, decent, flipping life. And that doesn't mean being holier than thou, and it doesn't mean being a saint. It just means having a good life, learning lessons and progressing and ascending. That's all it means. Anyway, how's it going, lads and lasses? It don't matter, because I call the lads lasses and the lasses lads. It don't matter. There's just a whole bunch of people. It's a wonderful, wonderful world. Have a wonderful day, afternoon, Mario. Thanks for the stream. Ah, the river, along the river bottoms. Thank you, Captain. It's a Captain. The word Satan means the bad guy. Duh. I'm a bad guy. The word devil means trickster, a snake. Ah, Forrest was a trickster. Represents a doctor. They're in on it too, the doctors and the medicine. The devil was a scientist. FF in Egyptian hieroglyphs is Leo. Well, he was Teo or Leo. He was born in August, makes him a Leo. Two snakes. That is the Kundalini, blah blah blah, medicine, doodah, flipping what they use as medicine, which is also flipping the Illuminati fucking shit. FF was a scientist. Well, I don't want to go into it, take too long. Satan is food basket activity, which is tithing system using misguided diction in misdirection. All of it's misdirection, which is what the chase is about, which is what I've been telling you for 5 years. The thrill of the chase is a small condensed version of life. Life, another word for life, is thrill. So we have the life of the chase. What is it we are chasing? We are chasing the dream. Not English dream, not American dream, not fucking Portuguese dream, not Russian dream. Just a bloody dream to be bloody rich, to be bloody famous, to be bloody something that we are not. But we already something that we are. We just have to find us. We find ourselves within ourselves. And we let ourselves out. And when we let ourselves out, the world changes. And we all live happily ever after, which is the pot. So I think I leave it there. The creators were scientist doctors. Well, some would call them gods, which is another term for devil. But it's a Hebrew word meaning adversary or accuser. I accuse you. Tigger, you are still using diction. Sure, adversary is a character of Satan, as that is obvious from the first time Satan appears. Satan had a census. If Israel, see, it can't be Israel because that's an A and an E. It's got to be ISRL. You're talking crapsy. Everybody make up the bullshit. Then murdered 70,000 for not tithing. The ego is our operating system in the third dimension. No, it's not the operating system in the third dimension. That is the issue. No. When you come down the birthing canal, You is a very spiritual being. You come out of the dark into the light. But when you're in the dark, the light is inside you. It come inside you from the most powerful being. You have the spark of life. The sun is in you. You are the son of the sun. And when you are born, you come into this world very spiritual. You have many, 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 many gifts, which are taken from you by these bastards who steal it, your inheritance. And then they get very clever. They teach you how to forget who you are with the education, the Rothschild stuff. Remember? They put in a plan of action to make you forget who you are. And the more you learn, the more you forget. The more you forget, the dumber and less spiritual you become. Until the time you have to work for them and make them more money because you already before you bloody go to work making them money because you are born with the money, with the inheritance. It's yours. It's yours. And they steal it from you with the birth certificate of the doctor who write this bullshit. Read it. Understand it. Find out what it means to know what doctor writing on your certificate that says you are owned by these bastards and they take the money that you are earning before you go to work. I don't know. You don't listen. I talk, but nobody listen. Ego is the I am Jesus spoke of. Gods create life. There is no death. Well, the wages of sin is death. So the wage of failure is death. If you don't find God, you surely will die. Unless, like I say, you want to live to be 900. You want to live to be 900. You want to have Saint Germain. You want to do what those things that you're supposed to do that helps you have a wonderful life. Then cut the cord. Cut it. They don't own you. They don't own you. There is no contract. It doesn't exist. There is no ego. There doesn't need to be any ego. You don't need to be better or worse than anyone else. You just have to be you. You. Your authentic you. The person that you are. Warts and all. Don't give a fuck. Warts and all. The person that you are, that's who you're going to be. If people don't like it, tough. That's who you are. That's who you are. And you're able to live as you are in your inheritance, supposedly, when you're born. You're able to live as you are in your inheritance, in your authenticity as the person you are, and live the life that you, as a creator, co-creating with the universe, with the Most High God, whatever you want to believe, working alongside each other, with each other, to create your reality, which they've created for you by taking it from you. Our reality was different. Remember the time changed? It was a different way of life. And they have turned it to make you slave. Turn it back. Let's go back to the moon cycle, 28 days. Same with women, 28 days. All natural, all understood, all simple. Stop the bullshit. Don't believe in the ego. The ego is not the way to live. It's not. It just isn't. It's not our inheritance. It's their manufacturing that creates that ego. It's their ego that gives us ours, not ours. They're projecting their shit onto us by getting rid of the real us and making us forget who we are. So we grow up being like them. And we're not like them. We're like the Most High God who created us. That's who we're like. We're not like them. They created us when we were born into being like them. But we're not like them. We're not. And we shouldn't try to be like them by working in the way that they work. Oh, I've got to have millions. Oh, I've got to do this. Oh, I've got to do that. No, you haven't. You haven't. You just haven't. You just haven't. You haven't got to worry about being thin. You haven't got to worry about being famous. You haven't got to worry about being tattooed or flipping muscles, or you haven't got to worry about anything. You just want to be you. And be you because of you, not because of anyone else. Not because someone else has beautiful hair and you want hair like that. Well, I don't know about me, but just have to be you. Just grow up as you and reject all the shit that isn't you. And when you find yourself thinking thoughts that you think, hang on, then reject it. It's not you. It's them trying to project onto you. This is how you should behave. This is what we want from you. Just send it back. Transmute it, alchemize it, return to sender, whatever way you want to believe it. Give it to God. Say, God, this is not me. I don't think like this. I don't even know why I'm thinking like this. Those sort of things. Anyway, I'm going. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You can't make me. No, I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. We are avatars. Yes, we just, listen, we can be programmed. It's that simple. We have a soul inside us that wants to learn and wants to have a beautiful life with us and understand what it's like to be human. So allow that soul to give you a beautiful life in conjunction with the most powerful being there is. You. You're the most powerful being there is. Literally, you're the most powerful being there is. You have everything at your command if you choose to accept it. A bit like Mission Impossible. Then. If you choose to accept it, it's possible. Possible. If you choose to accept it, it's possible. And he makes it possible. You sure are, Tigger. It's great, says Tony. Oh, you sure are. I think I did there. Women are the portal into this dimension. So, yes, they are. I'll agree with that. I agree with the feminine being, so that's what I was saying about the Gmail. The G and the Illuminati, the M is for the mother. That's why the M is down here on the Illuminati. M is the womb, blah, 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 whatever. Birth canal stuff, etc., etc., etc. That's why they do it. Just look into it. I don't care. I'm just telling you the truth. What you do with the truth, whether you act on it or don't act on it, I don't care. I want you to wake up. I want you to have a better life. I want those people that are evil to stop being evil, and I want them to have a decent life. I don't want them to get hurt, but if that's their choice, that's their choice. If God decides that they should, be brought to justice and suffer, whatever kind of torment or torture that he thinks, then, or she thinks, then fine. I don't care. I don't care. Because I've told everybody the truth. Those at the bottom know the truth. Those at the top know the truth. Not the Most High God. Those at the top, in our matrix, they know the truth. And the people at the bottom know the truth. Not talk about devil or Satan or wherever else. It's all irrelevant. The good and the bad can live together. The good and the bad can live together. It's just the evil that is not acceptable. You don't have to be perfect. Jesus never said you had to be perfect. And it's proven that nobody, apart from whoever you want to call him, who died on the cross, apart from him. And he died for our sins, for our failures. He died so we're allowed to fail. We're allowed to fail. But we need to fail with God's grace, or whoever God is to you. Whatever God is to you. To me, he's dad and mom. To me, he's the father. And that could be Yahuwah, whatever you want to call him. I don't care. Doesn't matter. He's everything. He came down to earth to try and tell us how possible it is to go within. That's what this is all about. To go within and find yourself, find him, to find the one consciousness. To do that. Or don't do that. Don't do that. I don't care. I don't care. And anybody's suffering, if anybody is suffering, it's not through me. because I don't want anyone to suffer. I've not put anything out there for anyone to suffer. So nobody will suffer because of me. Because as you reap, so you sow. So I put out love because I want love back. Well, not because I want love back, but I expect love back because I'm putting love out. So whatever you're getting is coming back to you because that's what you put out. Because that's what I've asked for. I don't want it to come to me. I don't want the crap that you're putting out into the world, into the wilderness, into the universe, to come to me. I don't want it to come to me. It's not mine. I'll rebuke it. I disclaim it. It's yours. Have it back. That's it. If it goes back to you, that's your fault. Shouldn't have sent it out. If you send out all the love in the world to me, if you send all the love in the world out to me, and I send it back to you, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get all the love in the world back to you. From me. If you want to blame me. If you're blaming me for all your problems, they've come from you, not from me, because I'm offering love. I'll give out love. Told everybody. I don't hate anybody. Everyone should be able to get along. Happiness is indeed the pot. That's it. That's it. Anything bad happening to you, you know, is because you want something bad to happen to me. I don't want anything bad to happen to me. So I've asked the highest power to not let anything happen to me, physical or otherwise. And you know that's true because something's happened to them. And I don't just mean a little something. I don't mean a little something. Physical something. Like spirit literally put these people in hospital or worse. Physical. Because of what they attempted to do. That's nothing to do with me. That's to do with whatever you sent out. I've said I don't want nothing to do with it. And the spirit said, okay then, it's not your burden. You don't have it. It's got to go somewhere. It's got to go somewhere. So it goes back. But now I've said, it doesn't just go back to those people that instigated it. In other words, the person that thought of doing it and the person that actually carried it out, it goes back to the people at the top. Those Jews that we're talking about. The Vatican that we've been talking about. The governments that we've been talking about. The Illuminati and those people. It will go back to the heads of those places. So they know what it feels like to be the little person. They get first-hand experience. And in some cases, to those things that they hold dear. Because that's what they do. They pick on the people that you hold dear in order that it affects you. So they, whatever it is, even if it's just their prized car or their prized painting or whatever it is, they will get a message. They will get a message. It'll be a clear message. Because it's the thing that they like most. And something will happen. And that's God's way of saying, you need to stop what you're doing, or it will get worse. And when I say God, not the devil, your God, the true Most High God. So thank you. So women, yes, in church, the pastor says, hands up, get your hands up, give me your heart, baby, give me your heart. Oh, stuff like that anyway. Ottawa. In church, pastor says, hands up now, hands down. That's like Simple Simon. Simon says, and then do you put left arm in your left arm out and shake it all about, and you do the hokey cokey and you turn around. In church, I'll finish his reading. In church, pastor says, hands up now, hands down, and put money on the plate. Now hands up again. Well, same sort of thing. But the church is only in it for the money. They're not in it to save people. But if the church, listen, like, it's simple. If the church really cared about people, why are there people on the streets? Why are they like, oh, you can't come in here? God's child. You can't come in here, look at you. What? It's supposed to be a sanctuary, isn't it? Sanctuary? And it's supposed to be a sanctuary? But priest, vicar, pastor, whatever, clergy, it's freezing outside. It's -5 degrees. I don't care. Can't come into church. Not people like you. Well, who's it for then? Oh, that's crazy. To walk down the street, see these churches with all them pews, benches, inside, not outside, inside, in the warm, maybe not warm inside, but at least dry. And these people are outside in the freezing cold. Leave it out. Leave it out. So they're not in it to look after people, which is what they're supposed to be. And if you really look now at the Christian, um, is it etiquette or way of being, what they say Jesus says when they do their preaching, it's nothing like the original preaching. It's almost like Jesus is going, fuck it. That's how they preach it. Fuck it. No matter. Nobody gives a shit. That's almost how they preach it. Like, it doesn't actually say about saving people or turning to God or believing in God, or that's not the way they preach it anymore. Because they want you separated. That's all they're doing, to separate you from the one thing that can destroy them. You knowing thyself, you remembering who you are. That'll destroy them quicker than anything. And it will elevate you to a beautiful, wonderful life. And they can't understand why the things they do aren't having any effect. Is because they don't understand. They don't think like them. Don't think like them. When you're awake, you don't think like them. There is no ego. I haven't got to try and beat anyone. Have not got to try in the slightest to fight with anybody or beat anybody. Just let them beat themselves up. It reminds me of Jim Carrey. Liar, liar. When he beats himself up in the toilet. And he said, can you describe him? He says, yeah, 6 foot, blah, 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 blah. A man at the end of his tether. So he's telling the truth, but he did it to himself. Did it to himself. I don't want anything to happen to no one, apart from good. Anything bad is happening to you, ain't coming from me. I promise you that. Big pimpin'. Women's portals have been very involved in getting men into the cults. And that's the issue, isn't it? That women can be manipulated because of the strength of men and the weakness of men. The weakness of men to protect those women, which is another thing that I'm concerned about. The way that men get girls into prostitution, they kidnap them and threaten them to kill them if they do anything or go outside of it. How they get kids, all of these things that they do under the pretense of worshipping the real Enki, doesn't matter. Under the pretense of worshipping the real Yahweh, Enki, and calling him God, which is the devil, and Lord, which is the devil, and in your face worships the devil, Satan, whatever you want to fucking call him, Beelzebub, in your face, by putting those words in the Bible and making you think they're talking about the Most High God, and they're not. They're talking about the devil, and they're worshipping him, it, in front of you, and making you worship him at the same time, and doing evil things in his name, in the name that you believe is him. And that's going to stop. And you are going to suffer the most suffering there can be. Because you've done this for thousands and thousands of years. And you've hidden it by destroying good. By pinning all this evil shit that you do on light beings. By making people believe that the Most High God does not care. By making people believe that God, the Most High God, is allowing this, and yet all the time giving people the impression that the devil that you're worshipping is their supreme being. That's going to change, and you're going to feel the effects of it. And when you think you can't cope, you'll know what you made those people go through. And when you want to run, but you can't, you'll know what those people went through. And if you can't find your way back, tough, because in the next life, it will happen again. And in the next life, it will happen again. And in the next life, it will happen again, just like you made it happen. And that's not really me taking revenge. That's not me being, vindictive or anything. That's just me being honest to you. Because the true God, Yahweh, Enki, Isis, Gaia, whoever, the revenge is in the history. And revenge is mine, saith Yahweh or Enki or Isis or Gaia. There will be revenge. Not because they want revenge, because you won't stop. And if you won't stop, then they're going to make you. And I don't care which way it goes. As I've told you, I don't want anyone to suffer. But I'm not running the show. You are. I'm just watching it unfold. It's already written. You are putting stuff out into the universe. And the universe has to do something with it. And because it can't affect the people of the light, it's going to go back to the people that send it out. As you reap, so shall ye sow. What goes in must come out. What goes up must come down. Blah, 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 blah. The sooner you realize everything that happens to you is totally reflected upon what you do, directed towards what you love more than anything, because that's what you do. See, the game's changed. I told you. Don't know how many times. You have no power. Your money does not give you power. Your influence does not give you power. And those people in the hospital and those people in the cemeteries are proof of it. And whilst I would give my condolences out, you don't care about those people. So maybe if it's something you care about, you might think twice. So I'll leave it there. Sorry, it got a bit, what's the name, but I got some, I don't know, vibes. It's all the Adam and Eve story. First, the woman gets lured and they lure in the men. Why is that? Because a woman is attracted to a lying con man. I don't know, trusted. I really got to fill my tub so I can go and then go. Yeah, I'm going, but think about it like this. These men, they love men. They don't care about the woman. And they don't really want to hurt men. They want to hurt women. You see, at some point in time, some misogynist came into the garden and was allowed in. And then there's something, there's no words to describe what they did. They were allowed in good faith. And then they took over. And now they're being kicked out. They've overstayed their welcome. Not wanted here anymore. Certainly not needed. And so they're being taken out. Think of that how you may. You're not welcome anymore. Kindness is not weakness. And a good man is not a stupid man. And patience is a virtue when used wisely. So, if you want to keep making people stronger, keep doing what you've been doing, because that's why they're getting stronger. Just tell you the truth. You're feeding, what is it, a monster? Is that what Forrest said? I think I created a monster. Depends how you look at it. Depends if you're a good person or an evil person. But Forrest is right. The thrill of the chase created a monster. Ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Hang on. Let's work it out. Let's do the maths. What would you say to 1,000 years? Ring a bell? Does 1,000 years ring a bell? Peace for 1,000 years? Devil in some pit? Does 1,000 years ring a bell? I'd say so. So, Major Forrest Burke Fenn created a monster. And that monster's going to be around for 1,000 years. And if you think about Forrest in 1,000 years, ring that bell. So, thank you. Marduk. Hello, Marduk. Marduk. So over here, I don't, but people do. That's how they talk. which I don't like, but it's like my duck, as in my love, my person, my sweetheart, my whatever, my mate, my friend, Marduk. And here he is, Marduk, the accuser. I really got, oh, we've done that. So I thank you for watching. I know you people probably think I'm mad, and I don't care. Even if I am mad, I know I'm not, but even if I am, I don't care. But I know that I've put out into the universe what I think needs being put out into the universe, and I know the universe will do the right thing by that, which means I have the power of the universe. Because if I'm putting out into the universe what the universe wants put out there, then the universe is going to get it done. I was talking about the government work for you, not you for the government. It's a bit like the universe. I think if the universe is happy with you and you're happy with the universe, it's all good. It's all good. And if the universe is the universe, or the universe is Yahweh, or the universe is the creator, or the universe is Allah, Buddha, Ganesh, Garuda, Dida, Buddha, 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 whatever, don't matter. Don't matter. As long as they're happy with you and you're happy with them, and you are doing things out of your most high good and the most high good of them and everything else, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. And what needs to be put into motion, will be put into motion. Ciao for now. Take care, everyone. Have a good afternoon.